Hey, Mabel.
I don't think the first speaker is. Hello,
Mabel! You know him.
I don't think the first speaker is going to be on Discord.
Really?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure they're RSA. They said we're traveling to RSA. So.
Oh, yeah, that one's pre-recorded.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the second one with first live.
Yes. So the second one, I added the name to.
Oh, that was not Haps, yeah, but whatever it was, I saw it come through this morning.
On C6 Exec.
Oh, yes. Hack. Exact. Netlink.
Okay. We're good to go live?
Yeah, it's currently just rolling, and then at 10 I'll...
Oh, are you already streaming or no?
Yeah, I was about to chill.
Okay, 1 second. Okay.
Can you confirm that you can hear drum and bass music?
You have like.
How? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first day of talks, and the second day of CarolinaCon. I hope everybody has had time to really kick back and give the CTF a shot. There are more challenges that will be dropped later today. For more information about that, please keep an eye on the CTF channel. And so for our first talk, we have How to Rob a Bank by Joshua Crumbra, sorry. In this intense keynote, Joshua brings the audience along for a ride on one of the most advanced social engineering attacks he's ever executed, robbing a bank over the phone. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to him.
Hello, I'm Joshua Crumbaugh. It's a pleasure to be with you today at CarolinaCon, albeit remotely because at this current moment I'm on a flight headed to RSA. That being said, I recorded this the day before so that I could share this experience, this talk, this knowledge with you today. So I like to start every single one of my talks with a story. I don't know what's going on with my slides here. So I like to start every single talk with a story. And so this one is how I was able to talk my way into a Fortune 500 data center. Most social engineering and stories I'm going to tell, they're always about, or typically rather, about these instances where I had a ton of intelligence and I was able to use that intelligence to sort of manipulate a situation or pretext somebody into letting me do something. Now, in this particular case, I couldn't get anything. So after days and days and days, I am at still zero. I have no intelligence or very, very little. And I don't know who or what's going to be on the other side of the door. And the best thing I can do is just go knock on it and come up with a decent pretext or a pretext anyway. My go-to has always been latency, which for whatever reason, latency and talking about milliseconds has always worked well for me. For other people, it's carrying in a ladder. That's highly effective as well. But in this case, I just put on a nice suit, walked in, and anticipated that they would have a very specific type of person on the other side of that door. Now, most companies do. I'm going to describe the person, and I imagine you'll think of somebody at the place you work at that reminds you of that. So this is the person that remembers all of your children's names and your spouse's names and birthdays and ages and who's graduating when and all of these important details about your life. And this person does that for everyone at the company and is universally loved. Now imagine what happens when somebody like me goes and convinces that person, or rather fools that person into trusting me. See, when she begins trusting me and she will tell you my story, you're less likely to question my credentials. And I say she because it's more often than not a female, but it's not exclusively, something or a trait that I have the story of a character I call Betty that I'll tell you about later. But just imagine an older lady named Betty for now, and it'll play into a story I'll tell you a little bit later. But I get in there and I ask Betty I tell Betty about the latency issues we're having between corporate and the data center, and that I need to get in there and troubleshoot what's going on. She immediately says, well, that's not me, but that would be our IT director. Let me take you to him. See, the thing about people like her is that their job is often to facilitate and help get things done and help get people in touch with the right people. So if you convincingly sell them or pretext them on a problem, then you ultimately end up getting them to, well, trust you. And when they trust you, everyone else trusts you because they are universally trusted. So anyway, that worked. And so she goes to the IT director and she says, hey, he is here to fix some movement. I don't think she actually said latency, but she did her best to sort of communicate it. And so at that point, now he says, not a problem. Here is your ID and the data center's over there. He just points me in the direction. And I go hang out there for about another 3-4 hours until lunch, and I head out and call and sort of say, hey, we have this finding. So that was how I was able to talk my way into a Fortune 500 data center. So today I'm going to be sharing some red team tactics to both help red teamers as well as blue teams and just anyone interested in this sort of attack vector at all to better understand it. Now, I'm sharing this because I think it's important for people to hear just how quickly things can go very, very wrong, and especially when social engineering tactics are used. And so that's the reason that I'm sharing this. And so I hope you find this very helpful. Now, a quick fault notice. All too often we blame the victim. We make comments like, you can't patch stupid, and that's an ID10T error, or PEBCAC and picnic, and a million other phrases and acronyms that we've created to victim shame. So what we need to do is get better at supporting and making people aware of the threat, than just shaming and disciplining the people that do fall victim to this. Now, interestingly enough, and it's still not this person's fault, because I feel like upper management should have provided training on this threat. But interestingly enough, I accidentally got my trusted agent on the phone, and I didn't realize it was my trusted agent. Now, for those of you who don't know what a trusted agent is, that's the 1 or 2 or 3 people in an organization that know everything that's going on with an assessment. And they're told things like, we are going to be calling and seeing if you'll do something that you shouldn't do at exactly this time. Or not maybe exactly this time, but on this exact day. And then we're going to be showing up and testing your on-site physical security at exactly this time or on exactly this day. And then we're going to come here in person and all that. So the trusted agent knew that somebody was going to be calling up trying to get them to do stuff that they shouldn't. And the trusted agent should not have fallen for those attacks given that scenario. So that is a humorous aspect of this. But it only goes to show the power of social engineering. And when you understand how the brain works, what all can be done. So I've made my career in ethical hacking, everything from, running application security or at teams around the globe. I worked for the SEC, the FDIC. I have worked for some major casinos. I've also worked for major corporations throughout my career. That all showed me that there's this massive human problem, and that we have to get better at solving it. So I founded Fish Firewall to create an AI that customizes training to the individual. And so think ChatGPT, but for security awareness. I'm one of the world's foremost experts on security awareness training and phishing attacks. I actually helped to write this college curriculum that you see on the right-hand side of the slides here today. And I'm well known for some of the feats that I've accomplished throughout my career, like talking my way into a bank vault, mostly that one, which you're hearing today. So the pretext, as I look up this bank that we've been tasked to do a penetration test with, and I imagine a couple of people in the audience might have been on that pen test with me. So shout out, guys, you know who you are. So anyway, as we are investigating this bank, we, of course, are looking at their mail exchange records to see all kinds of different data, but we want to see who's hosting their email. in this particular instance, we find that it's this obscure ISP, and we also find complaints online about that. So I come up with the idea that I should call as quality assurance. Just the pretext is that I'm quality assurance. We've been losing customers. I am calling proactively to get in, to fix their server and get them better service right now so that we don't lose their business because they're a very valued customer. All I need them to do is run this executable, which will update their email settings, and yeah. So that's the pretext here. This is many hours of calls. I couldn't fit all of it in here. So this is just some. Real quickly, my initial goal was just to get them to run malware, but I have learned throughout my career that I need to be opportunistic. So you set obtainable goals, but anytime opportunity strikes, you grab it. So with that, we're going to jump in. So how does all of this start? Well, it starts by typically crafting an us against the world scenario. Now, albeit phishing attacks predominantly exploit what are called cognitive biases, such as an ego bias, where I can play to your ego and get you to click on something. An example might be, hey, your talk's been accepted to Black Hat. So there's many of these, though. It's not just that. There's an authority bias and there's a confirmation bias. So I could just confirming that your values will get you to click on things that maybe you shouldn't. So there's all of these different biases, but if I'm going to call you up on the phone and try and manipulate you, it's going to be an us against the world thing. If I'm going to do this in person, it's going to be an us against the world scenario. So that's how it happens, and that's how it starts. And so I'm going to start by playing this, but the first thing I want to mention is that I have learned that when manipulating users into running your malware, the more difficult you make it on them to run your malware, the more likely you are to have them run your malware. So mistakes can actually be very helpful. They make you more human. They make it seem less fraudulent. And on top of that, they have time invested. See, when they've invested time into anything, they have an investment. And it's as simple as that. The psychology says once you have an investment into something, you're more likely to continue investing because you want the final outcome. So all it takes is the first step. Truly, once in social engineering, that's often the case. Once they take the first step, they will take every other step because they have bought into your pretext, which means they're going to do whatever it takes to get to that end goal. Here's the first clip. That way we can test it.
Everybody's.
No, just on yours.
Okay.
Or at least for now. There shouldn't be any issues with the other ones. So right now I'm just trying to troubleshoot and make sure that yours is set up correctly. It's that same IP address. I just threw the file out there. But I can give it to you again if you need.
Bear with me 1 second.
But I got to give you the name of the file that will go at the end of the IP address.
Oh, okay. You got a pen that works this time since I can find the damn thing. All right, go ahead.
All right. It is
Okay.
//
Okay.
all lowercase email _ config.exe. So that's / email _ config.exe.
It says the web page cannot be found.
So at this point now, you'd think that by making it more difficult, he's less likely to go type in another URL. But like I said, I found that that's the exact opposite of the truth. So recon is everything. And the reason that recon is everything is because you can never underestimate human blindness when it comes to personal selfish desire. Now, what do I mean by this? Because it's not the here I'm offering you a Ferrari or something like that. No, it's truly more subtle, simple things that drive people at their core. And so, an example is if you are the vice president of IT and you've got a lousy vendor that's causing you all kinds of problems in one area, and every day you're getting phone calls and emails from your coworkers complaining about this area, then that can easily be exploited by somebody, because when I offer to fix that problem for you, you now are immediately blinded to the security risks because this has been a thorn in your side. That is one of the most effective things you can ever find. Now, I will mention when I call, I spoof the phone number. Don't trust caller ID. He did. His phone told him I was calling from his ISP. For blue teams, it's important to find a way to help your teams to identify your vendors and to validate your vendors. Give them a process, give them a methodology, give them a tool, but certainly give them resources to help them identify the vendors. So this is one of my favorite parts. This is really early on. This is, one of the first few steps in the entire process. We just got them to run or to try and type in the URL. And I put in a bad URL. And so now at this point, hear it for yourself.
It says the web page cannot be found. All right, let me try it again.
email_config.exe. Let me double check let me check the server. Oh, I was wrong. It's capital E on email and capital C on config.
Okay. That'll make a difference. Go ahead.
It definitely does. It's a tiny little program. It shouldn't take but a second to download.
Okay. Since it's on our antivirus software's kicking in, since it says it's an unknown publisher.
So it says it's an unknown publisher. So at this point, you'd think it's game over, antivirus kicked in. But the thing is, it's very predictable that if I'm asking you to run malware, that your antivirus might trigger, your SDR might trigger, your XDR might trigger, EDR, XDR might trigger. So that's very predictable that this might happen. And so I can have a pre-canned response ready to go and waiting for me. So red teams plan out these common things. It's called communications modeling, and it can help you avoid getting caught. Now, if you do get caught, we'll talk about that in just a second. So even with good planning, though, it can still be challenging. But honestly, this is one of my favorite parts right here.
Antivirus software's kicking in, since it says it's an unknown publisher.
Oh, it is an unknown publisher. My boss just put together the file, and the way those things work is with signed DLLs. Does it give you an option to ignore it?
No, give me just a second. I'm going to try this again. If I can get that right.
What antivirus software do you have? I might be able to find some stuff.
It's run through. So, yeah, the only action it gives me is delete.
Oh, okay.
Don't run this program and delete. That's the only two actions it gives me.
All right. So, most time when I'm there in person, I would say, okay, how many people think it should be game over? And a few people would raise their hand. But the reality is we all know it's not game over here. I wouldn't be sharing the audio, but it should have been game over. Now, This brings me to the next rule, which is incredibly important, is never break character. Now, your job as a red teamer is to emulate the bad guys. You have to be in the mind of the bad guys. Now, the difference between us and the true criminals is that the criminals don't know the difference between right and wrong. But we can still plan out the crimes just as good as the bad guys. We just don't follow through unless it's sanctioned testing. So with that, never break character. You don't hear of criminals admitting that they did their crime just because they get convicted. They still claim their innocence. They never break character. So at this point, I could have given in and I could have said, no, you caught me, it's over. But I didn't. And so instead, well, actually, before I even get there, let's talk about the denial of thinking attack. So I, years back, I don't even, well, I guess I do remember, when, but just not exactly how long ago it was. It's been years. But there was this point in my career when I discovered what I coined the denial of thinking attack. I am able to, well, I'm doing this assessment for this, also with some people in the audience, shout out. But anyway, I'm doing this assessment for this large multinational law firm. And then this particular assessment, I call up the help desk. I mean, this is like within 10 minutes of starting the assessment. And I had found a junior partner that was just technical enough and from the right schools. I liked it. So I call up pretending to be him. And I say, hey, I'm trying to run this application that my buddy from MIT wrote. It's supposed to help me run some analytics that will help me with my case that I'm litigating later today. But this thing called Bit9 keeps blocking it. And I was hoping you could help me figure out what's going on. He says, not a problem, use my credentials. And his password was actually password. But now I'm in, and his credentials happen to be domain admin, which is skeleton key to the network. It'll give me access to anything. So at this point now, it's already game over, but we've still got, quite a bit of testing to do, including a lot of physical security. Well, a few of my coworkers had gone and tried, and they had good physical security defenses. And so with them going in sort of just the typical either stealth or trying to talk your way in, since that hadn't worked, I'm sort of third up. I'm last in line. And so one of my coworkers in the audience, shout out. Anyway, one of my coworkers that was just awesome tester and really good data miner. He went and he found the person that was the gatekeeper at that location and scheduled an appointment for me to be there. And I come in with a fake business card. I lay it down. I say, hey, I'm here. I'm, probably latency. I think it was latency. I always go with latency. But anyway, so I go in there and I tell them why I'm there. And she says, we've been expecting you. She hands me both a swipe card as well as a physical key because they had both to get into the server room or the data center. That was more of a server room, but they called it a data center. Anyway, but as I go in there, they had this really cool little feature that I was not expecting. And it was this pinhole camera on the ceiling. And it took a picture of everyone that entered the room and emailed it to all of IT. I show up and I'm in there and unaccompanied, just doing my thing. And then this guy shows up and he says, who are you and why are you in my data center? I say, well, latency, blah, 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 whatever, latency, milliseconds. And so he leaves. And I'm like, okay, maybe I convinced him, but he seems a little skeptical. And so at this point, I'm thinking about bailing because I could make a quick, clean bail. But I also know that if I do that, it makes me look incredibly guilty. And I didn't want to look guilty. So instead of the quick, clean bail, I stay. And about 5 minutes later, these guys that did not look like IT, I mean, they're just huge, very, very muscular, big guys come in and they say, sir, you're going to need to come with us. And I'm like, ah, crap, I'm being bounced. I'm going to have to use my letter of authorization or my get out of jail free card. And at this point, I've never had to use, at this point, I've never had to use that thing. And fortunately, I didn't have to start using it that day because as I walked out of the halls, I noticed that they had lined up on each side of the hallway. I mean, it was standing room, shoulder to shoulder, standing room only in the hallway. And so because there were so many people, I realized they're looking for a show, and I gave it to them, and I started cussing and just talking about how it was going to ruin my marriage, and it was my anniversary, and now my boss was going to fire me, and I was probably going to go back to drinking, and just I don't know. I weighed all this stuff up. I had a decently long walk to the elevator, and what I had to do was give them a show so they didn't think about security protocol. Hence the denial of thinking attack. And so I entertain them. I give them that show. And no sooner did the doors close in the elevator than they look at each other and they say, shit, we should have detained him. And so they got it written up in the report. You caught me in your data center and didn't even ask any questions because they didn't know who I was. They didn't even, the people that detained me or really didn't detain me, but caught me, didn't even know the pen test was happening. So that, my friends, is denial of thinking attack. So now, social engineering takes a very long time sometimes. It doesn't happen just instantly and overnight. And the reality is criminal organizations, hacktivist groups, state-sponsored groups like that, they will take as much time as they need to get you. So there's this major organization, defense contractor, that had $40 billion worth of intellectual property stolen by a foreign company. But they definitely had state-sponsored written all over it. But what happens, and this incident was that they find an employee who's very outspoken on environmental activism and things like that. And so she's constantly posting on social media about environmental issues. Well, they target her because of how outspoken she is on this issue. They say, hey, you're working for Evil Corp. And not only are you working for Evil Corp, but they're destroying the rainforest and they're killing indigenous people and all of this. Months and months of them going after her, and they're finally able to, I guess, convince her that she's working for Evil Corp. And so now she goes and they say, hey, go sit on somebody else's computer. When they leave, just put in this USB and run this application, and it'll be all over the news by tonight. She does it. She goes home. It's not on the news. Days pass. It's not on the news. She can't get a hold of them anymore. They won't respond to her anymore. And she realizes maybe she's done something wrong. Maybe she's done something terribly wrong. And now at this point, it's probably about, I want to say 90 days later. And her coworker is just bawling. She says, what's wrong? And she goes, well, I've been fired. And she says, well, why? Why would they fire you? And she says, well, they think that I had something to do with a breach or a data breach that happened because it all originated from my computer. At this point now, she gets a conscience and she confesses everything. We've spent time in jail. So this is no laughing matter. I mean, this is very serious, and they will lie. It's like marketing, but without any rules or any truth behind it. And so most of the time when you're going to be doing these types of things on a red team, it's not going to be one call and you get them to do it and you're done. If you really want to get the cool stuff, like talking around a bank vault, That starts with time, and you may spend 5-6 hours on the phone. You may spend 10-12 hours on the phone with a single person to get what you want.
Don't run this program and delete. That's the only two actions it gives me.
Yeah, man, with all these viruses these days, it blocks stuff that, we used to do this type of stuff all the time, and it's getting more and more difficult to, unless I'm going to go buy a $100 certificate and attach it to the file just so that it, can be identified.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, then. I might have to call you back in just a little bit here. I'm sorry for bugging you so much. I'm sure you're busy today.
No, it's okay. Just give me a call back and let me know what's going on.
Will do.
All
All right. Bye.
Thanks, Sean. Bye.
Okay. So the next thing is I like to call it the my boss rule. So I do everything on behalf of somebody else. Don't pretend to be the boss, because if you are, I'm going to say, hey, can I get you to do something? And that is a very, very different statement than, hey, my boss asked me if you would do this. It doesn't sound very much, they're very different, but one has me against you, me on the opposite side of the table as you. And then the other one has me on the same side of the table as you. And I want to be on the same side of the table, because remember, we're building an us against the world scenario. Here's the my boss rule in action.
Thanks for holding.
Hey, this is John again. I'm sorry for bugging you, but so my boss asked me if we could just run a PowerShell script instead. So my boss asked me if we could just run a PowerShell script instead. So that's how you do things. Now, the next thing is sound effects are really important. If you're working from home and pretending to be in an office and there's a dog barking, that's going to cause you issues, because subliminally, if it doesn't match up, then people will notice, even if not consciously, on a subconscious level. So sound effects are really important. Now, here is 4 seconds of the sound effects, and you'll see I used a little bit of humor in my sound effects, but nevertheless, on a subconscious level, they're very believable and make everything that much more legitimate on a subconscious level to the person. So I don't know if you heard the dot matrix printer there, but that was one of my favorite little details in the background. So the next thing is that, well, I guess that actually leads me to the conclusion here. Well, at least the conclusion of the audio, because there's the conclusion of the audio, and then there's, well, what happened on Monday when I actually showed up. So I'm going to hit play and enjoy the conclusion of me being able to set up this appointment. Now, one thing I want to point out is that at the beginning, I was trying to get him to run malware, and I don't remember at which point we got the malware to run, but I do know it was many hours before I was done on the phone with him. And part of the reason was that I wanted to use time as a weapon. I knew that he wanted to get out of there early because he was talking to some of his friends in the background while we were on speakerphone. But it was just like an open line. I'm working, but he's over there just jabbing away with somebody else. So I got a lot of sort of background intelligence during that. And so I knew he wanted to get out of there early. So I waited until 5:15 p.m. on a Friday afternoon to make this phone call. Actually, not to make this phone call, just to clarify. I waited until 5:15. I kept him on this conference call. I waited until 5:15 to make this request and end the call. All right.
Okay.
It looks like we're all set. Just due to how late it is, I don't think, even if everything turns out to be good, that we're going to be able to do the migration today. I'll talk to my boss and get back with you.
Okay.
If not, then maybe Monday I'll just come by and modify any settings that need to be modified, and then we'll be all set and ready to go.
Sounds like a plan. I'll see you Monday then.
I will see you Monday.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So before we get to this next part of what what happened, I like to spend a little bit of time talking about the solution. I think that the solution is the most important part here, even though the crazy video or audio and the story is very fun. Solution's very important. So let me talk about human virus definitions. We focus too much on education, too much on going through a class that's an hour long or whatever, or 2 hours long even. I saw a study that said the average user spending 2 hours and then like 49 or 48 minutes a year in training. That's just an extraordinary amount of time to be in this sort of classroom training. Human virus definitions are when we run phishing simulations that have immediate education that teach the user the red flags. So it's hands-on learning. Ideally in some sort of gamified experience, so it doesn't feel like so it's not a negative experience to the user. But in doing that, what happens is that the user becomes over 70% less likely to fall for a very similar attack when they see it in the wild. So phishing simulations are one of the greatest tools we have for keeping users aware of security risks and threats, but simulations in general are very effective at this. So I like to say, stop educating. People are very similar to computers. They're difficult to train, but easy to program. The thing about when I say human virus definitions and programming is that we are impacting the subconscious. When the subconscious says, don't click on that, you move on and you don't ask questions and you don't have that curiosity factor. There was a school out of South Florida that found that there's a certain percent of users in every organization that when they get a suspicious email that they want to open, but they're suspicious of it, they will forward it to their work address because they think it's so secure that they couldn't get hacked on that side, but they can at home. So we got to understand that you have to get people moving at a subconscious level, because then curiosity won't get the best of them. So I do want to talk about the you can't patch stupid mentality. It's really been a pet peeve of mine for years, and it's something as an industry we've got to do better about. So this mentality, it causes a lot of really, really big problems, a lot of victim shaming and things like that. But one of the areas that is the worst at is inside of security awareness programs. So there's a lot of very negative, very punitive sort of approaches, like 3 strikes, you're out. Education as a form of punishment, which only leads to a significant reduction in retention, things like that. But I want to tell you the story about Betty getting phished, Betty on the other side of this whole thing. So imagine that Betty gets phished, and this fish says that she got a raise. And in her excitement, she clicks on that fish and it takes her to a login page. She tries to log in, but she's not able to. And instead, she emails HR and asks for help resetting her password. At this point, she's still convinced she got a raise. She just doesn't know how much. And so she is calling her husband because her husband's been telling her that she needs to demand a raise for a while, and she's, just over thrilled with joy. She even calls her children and tells her daughter about what's happening. But the thing is Betty didn't get a raise. Actually, it was a fish, and now her boss is calling her into his office. He is angry at her, and her job is being threatened. This is an incredibly negative experience Her emotions went from excited to frustrated to sad to angry. And this is not productive. See, all of the psychologists, Maslow, Abramson, and many others, they've studied this in great length, and what they found is that when you create a negative culture, that it actually makes your people less intelligent. Not only does it make them less intelligent, but it impairs their decision making abilities. It confines their thinking. It pushes them from Amy Edmondson's work talks about a fixed versus a closed mindset, and so it will take them from a growth mentality to a fixed mindset. And we all want our employees to have growth mindsets, because that is when they excel. That's where creativity comes from. And so this is why it's incredibly dangerous. The other thing is that angry and hurt employees are often more prone to insider threats. Now, there's a bunch of toxic security awareness practices I do want to call out. 3 strikes and you're out. Exploiting users in phishing simulations. We don't need to see if users will type in their username and password. That's exploitative. That is the type of thing that makes them feel that increased range of emotion, to make them feel betrayed. We don't need to know, because the reality is they've clicked. There could be a 0 day behind that. There could be malware. There could be a hook. They're compromised. They clicked. And uniquely enough, when they make this mistake, they go through this emotional response. It's a little bit like when you see the police lights in the rearview mirror. And so they go through this emotional response, which helps to increase retention. It increases retention because it actually creates a chemical reaction in the brain that helps to rewire your brain and help you learn new things. Training as a form of punishment, never effective. If you make the training the punishment, then the users won't enjoy it and they won't engage. Public shaming, never should we ever publicly shame. Instead, we only should publicly praise. Overly rigid security teams. Now, this isn't all security awareness here. This is cybersecurity in general. The whole my way or the highway thing doesn't work. Our job is to analyze and bring light to risk. Our job is to elevate risk to the proper parties and let them decide what to do with it. There are a lot of times when businesses may decide, for a number of very valid reasons, that they are okay and with that risk, and we have to balance between being overly aggressive about cybersecurity and actually allowing the company to do business. Because if they can't make money, everyone loses their job. Binge training is just generally not effective. Employees hate it. They reject it. It's one of those things that they resent. So it does help to sort of go toward that negative culture. There's this thing called spaced learning theory. What it says is that if I give you micro content or bite-sized content, tiny little pieces that are 30 to 60 seconds, no more, that you're going to have much higher retention. But I got to do it at a very high frequency. But here's the cool thing. At 30 to 60 seconds, I can give you 90 videos a year, and all I'm taking is an hour of your time. And I've covered 90 different topics well. And in a way that you can easily understand. So that's the next thing. Infrequent training, overly complex training. We got to simplify it. See, we've got our worst communicators in charge of our biggest communications problem. We got to keep it simple if we want our users to understand. They see cybersecurity as being too complex to understand. So when we get into the weeds, we prove them right, and we hit the down button on the proverbial elevator that is our goal. And all too often, we are actually making our users more susceptible to phishing attacks, In fact, there's this thing called learned helplessness where you can take somebody who's very proud of their ability to spot a fish, and if you fool them and give them a gotcha enough times, they will start questioning their abilities and actually become more susceptible. Infrequent training, infrequent fishing, missed follow-ups. So just fishing without education. Unless it's a penetration test, you should never fish without education. Now, if it's a pen test, go on. I give my full support. But if you're just running your fishing tool that you bought for security awareness, there's no security awareness value in fishing without any education on the other side of that. So how do we fix it? We love our users. We encourage our users. We make security fun. We start with why. Why is it so important? Why are you part of the solution? Why are you part of the risk? Why are you part of the problem? See, we're generally pretty good at making people part of the problem, but we haven't gotten so good at making them part of the solution. We've got to stop exploiting our users. We should gamify traditionally negative experiences like phishing attacks. Tell your users you're going to fish them ahead of time. Make it a game. And then when they fall for it, give them immediate feedback so that it's not this exploitative sort of process and you get better results. Micro training in 30 to 60 seconds and encourage, don't intimidate your users. So with that, I know you want to hear what happened when I came in on that final day. So I came in and I say, hello, this is Joshua Crumbaugh. And no, I don't say that. I actually use a fake name. I don't, anyway, I say this is probably Jason. I tended to go with that one a lot. But anyway, I go in and introduce myself, and immediately they say, well, hey, thank you so much for being here. And the VP comes down and he introduces me to the president of the bank, and he starts asking everyone to log into their computer for me, which I thought was great. I didn't ask him to do that. That was just this icing on the cake. And so my pretext has me going from computer to computer to computer. And I start going from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. And at a certain point, they come down and they say, hey, we're celebrating birthdays, and we'd like to know if you'd like some cake and maybe some coffee, you can just come upstairs with us. And I'm like, no, I really just got to get this work done. I've got another client I got to be to later. I just got to buckle down and finish up. I'm sorry. So they go upstairs, and I'm left downstairs, I think, with like one teller. And so at this point now, I'm going from desk to desk to desk, and I'm feeling like PTSD of my days in IT. And so I move to the next desk, and I look across the hall, and I notice their bank's vault's open. And so I'm able to go in it and get a selfie. And then I leave. I go out, and then my buddies were my coworkers were in the parking lot, and so we all leave and for the day, and come back the next day, not as the aliases or whatever, but as ethical hackers, because for the internal as ourselves, right? And so I introduced myself, and my team's with me now, and the bank teller, she goes or calls up to the bank vice president. He comes down about halfway down the stairs, sees us, turns around. We never see him again at all, from my recollection of it. Then about 10 minutes later, the bank president comes out, and he looks at us, actually at me specifically. This was aimed at me. And he says, "You bastard." And that, my friends, is how you rob a bank over the phone. I hope you've enjoyed it. Reach out to me on LinkedIn or at the email address below. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today because I'm stuck on a flight, and I don't think the internet's quite good enough to do a presentation like this. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day.
Dylan, we'll give it about
Fixed.
Yes, fixed. I didn't hear that happen though.
Are you able to send your Discord audio to your internal, what's it called? Like in Discord, could you set your audio to the playback?
What?
Can you set your Discord output to like your system playback? And then capture from there.
Right now it's being outputted to the DAC, and then this desktop capture should take it. Shh.
but it's with like about a week before I had to start up the paper and started trying to present this. It was not much that I could research into it. So sadly, I wasn't able to figure that out. But uh, one thing that we want to look more into is some of these have like some of it is actually things that you could probably try to decode. Like right there, we got the BBS RPPLG. Maybe we can just take that chunk and decode it, and a lot with the other things. And this one was specifically the Bluetooth manager binder. For the main activity, which is right here, it showed more of the same things, and it's a lot of things that I'm not able to fully understand. It was like, if you can look right there, more Chinese lettering. A lot of it takes a lot to look through, and when trying to do it, it's all the Chinese characters and also the encoding made it very difficult. But if we move over to what our other testing was, it was with an Ubertooth. And we were told to try using an Ubertooth to see if the connection. So what we did was we took myself and my friend, we went with 0 devices apart from myself and my phone. We tried to go into a secluded area and try to see how often the connection was. So we found out that the transmission of the data happens roughly around 3 minutes, but that's depending on if you're 3 to 6 feet away. It was very interesting to find out that you can push that connection farther, but it would take a little bit longer for the data to be sent to the clinic. We got it to about 42 feet just on the road, and we started thinking, what if that was a possible way to collect data? So we took that mindset and started using the Ubertooth. And from there, we started looking at all the different connections. We took like 10 or so tests, trying to see what all would work together. And a lot of it was stuff that was around the campus, or some things like when people pass by. So we got a lot of like beats or like different Bluetooth connections from phones, cars. Some of it was like self-driving cars, so I think a Tesla drove by. And there was also Apple and Microsoft, of course. And then once we compiled all of the different tests into this, we started looking at all the different companies that was there. And we saw MeshNet, which is one that when we looked up, it had something to do with creating different products, like anything to do with Bluetooth to computer boards. So I looked more into it, and it seemed like they might have something to go along with the computer boards inside of a pacemaker. So this was a possible attack vector that people can probably attack. And then there was a bunch of others. It was a whole bunch that it was very difficult to tell. But while looking at it, we found these 2 unknown company IDs. It was interesting to see because this one right here happened in all of the tests. But we found out that there was transmissions of about 20K bytes to 300,000 bytes. And we found that it was these two tests where most of the data was sent. So we figured that must have been when the pacemaker started transmitting. And so we wanted to look more into that, and it was a little bit of a harder one, but we figured that if we're able to understand, or if future researchers can figure out what these companies are, then they will have a breakthrough into our research. Now, because of our time constraints, like when I ordered the Uber Tooth, it got delayed, so we had about 1 week of testing time to do it. So it was a lot of drawbacks, but it was a way for us to test our knowledge from all of our classes. And it's a little bit, I'd say that because of our knowledge being basic beginners in the trade, that what we found was something that it's not more of a threat for if a beginner is trying to do this, but nation state actors or someone with many years of experience has more of a threat than we realize. And we wanted to actually bring it together and have people use our research as a starting off point. And it was kind of fun as a way to start out of beginner and see how far we can get. And one other thing that I think is interesting is the whole reason why I brought this up for our project is because back in freshman year of college, I thought, I wonder if Watch Dogs could happen. Like the ending of the first Watch Dogs game. And that evolved to, learn as much as I can and see where it takes me. So, I wanted to know if there's any questions for people, or if you want to know a little bit more about the project itself.
Awesome. Anyone who wants to ask a question, you could just raise your hand. They can bring you to the stage. You can ask a question. I do have a question. I guess how, do you guys want to further take this project, or, what kind of things do you see for your future work of this project, past you working on it in school?
I wanted to take this as I took an internship over a summer and it was supposed to be on this, but sadly that project got defunded and it was supposed to be my sort of starting point, but I want to take this project further so I can actually make sure that people who have a pacemaker or defibrillator feel safe knowing that even if their pacemaker is Bluetooth enabled or is communicating through the internet, that they don't feel pressured that they have to stay safe or stay away from people. Most of it isn't going to be a targeted attack unless you are a national leader of some sort. But I wanted this project to also be an indication to agencies and other researchers that this is something to look into. Any other questions? Wonder if there's any. I'm gonna look at the YouTube. Thank you so much. Doesn't seem like there's any questions so far. So I'll just stop sharing my screen for now.
Awesome. I mean, yeah, it was definitely a great talk. We apologize for the audio issues that we had in the very beginning. But we appreciate your time, Dylan. And I guess if anyone has any questions, going forward in the future, he'll be in chat as well.
Yep. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, Dylan, I just saw there was a question. There's two different questions in YouTube if you're still here. You have a couple of minutes um, before your, I guess, before next talk. Um, the first one is.
I'm back.
Okay, awesome. I guess the second one is, do you have any ideas for remediation against something like DAW's attack against a random person?
You see, we weren't able to get to any of those. Don't know how to say this. It's I don't know if there was any remediation against it. I do know that Black Hat did something years ago, and there was one that they did something, but for against a random person, I don't actually know. It's one of the reasons why I'm a little upset that we didn't have enough time to learn or test more things, but that could be something that we can look into. Oh, and I'm just gonna pull this up real quick for anyone who, if they do want to reach out or learn more, you can uh, reach us at our school emails. Yeah, it is sort of bringing awareness to manufacturers and maybe just future researchers. It was more of a project to just see what we can do. What can we do for fun? And because I had a pacemaker myself, I'm going, oh, why don't we just do me? Yes, it was basically an attempt to see what beginners could do. Do you think that manufacturers are testing these vulnerabilities in the development stage, or do you think there needs to be more in place to reassure the parents and patients? I think some of it is tested during the development stage, but it's some of it is always going to be something new, and there could be something that happens. Like, um, one of the older models of pacemakers had a recall, and there was also what Black Hat found during one of their conferences was that they could use, as long as you were like 20 feet away from one of the programmers, you were able to gain access and basically give a HTML attack through it. So I think after that they started thinking, oh, we need to test more on these sorts of things so that future people are more secure. Now, I don't think they are the most secure because of how they need to operate, but for just for how it is now, I think it's encrypted, it's traffic's encrypted, and it's how should I say this? It's more secure than what you originally think, or at least what I originally think. So I think their development phase is testing a lot more.
Awesome. Well, I guess if there's no more questions, we really appreciate your time, Dylan, and sharing that research with us. The next talk will start in about 8 minutes. I guess if there's any other questions, we'll just move them to chat as well. Thanks, Dylan, for your time.
Hear this. Hear this. Hear this. Hear this. Hear this. Watch with her, so we are the girls them lover. I want them watch with her, so we are the girls them lover. I want them watch with her, so we are work for the father. Watch with her, make her well license pay. Watch her, girls them ask them a wicked them a fast, them a just can't ease off. Girls them a handle them about them a scheme when Levy let off. When me come, but I am the teacher with this stuff. DJ after pass, I general Levy and the boss. All them a rear, them can't touch me nuclear. Levy in the place, I'm closing just like a nuclear. All them a rear, them can't touch me nuclear. Levy in the place, I'm closing just like a nuclear. Hear this. Baker will. Hear this. Hear this. Baker will license pay. Watch out. Watch with her. Baker will license pay. Watch out. Watch with her. Baker will license pay. Hear this. Hear this. Girls them a ask them a wicked them a fast, them a just can't ease off. Girls them a handle them about them a scheme when Levy let off. When me come, but I am the teacher with this stuff. DJ after pass, I general touch me nuclear. All them a rear it, all them a rear it, all them a rear it. Them can't touch me nuclear. Leave me in the place, I'm cruising just like a nuclear.
To return to the classics, the most famous classic in all the world of music.
Warning, warning, warning. No things is going in. Murder from now to the morning, man. Leave you again upon them elements. Everything signed and sealed. Yeah, rude boy for real. Shine on the steel. Africa by Bangkok. What we tell them bad boy? It's like this. This a one you wicked. This a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked. This a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. Bad boy. Get we simple. Two way you go innocent. Feels and we dimple. Tell a boy test and make we see you have a dwindle. Fuck up in a trouble from your fuck up in the general. With no dirty bungle, you never now go entangle. Sometimes me mangle, but how much time me spangle. Me wear the chops and me gal wear the bangle. With no informal, you never not entangle. Run up out to the north and make the skill fence like Urkel. Can't test it, you never can't put me in one circle. Me run things, I am no said that I'm trouble. You never leave it on them like a sample. Cause when they you never leave it on them like a sample. This a one you wicked, this a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked, this a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. It's like this. This a one you wicked, this a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked, this a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. Can't test it, you never can't turn me in one circle. Me run things, and you know said that's a trouble. You never leave it on them like a sample. You never leave it on them like a sample. Me live a arm down street, and I'm a 364. A boy want to test, but then if you come knock me door, brain a stop fly, skull no stop bore like a raging bull. Wake up on this a one you wicked, this a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked, this a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked, this a one trader. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked.
Okay, so the next talk up is actually me. So let me just go live. Good morning slash evening. My name is Trevon, and I will be the next speaker giving my presentation on firewalls. Essentially, the motivation, the idea is deconstructing the idea of firewalls down to a way that, the motivation for some of my research makes sense. So who am I? I'm a current graduate student at UNC Charlotte. Um, I'm in my fourth year of my PhD program, and I am, a lifelong lurker. I enjoy reading Hacker News, blog posts, trying to build a better habit of reading papers, going into the world of academia. But at the heart of who I am is a hacker, and I am an active, I guess you could say current active member of the 49th. I was a lot more active when I was in undergrad, but now I just kind of oversee or provide guidance for the younger class. So, without further ado, let's get into this talk. So, what is a firewall? I think everyone kind of has an idea of what a firewall is, but for the general understanding of what we're going to be talking about, a firewall is just something that simply sits at either a perimeter or some type of boundary in your network and filters out events or things that you don't necessarily want to have in your environment. Um, there are a lot of different types of firewalls. There's not just one type of firewall. There's the rudimentary packet filter. I say it's rudimentary because every firewall is a packet filter, but the packet filter does not encapsulate every type of firewall. And this essentially, what this does is analyzes packets as they come through the network or pass through the firewall itself, and it takes off headers from these network packets and kind of does a comparison against these set of rules. So, in headers for typical network packets, you have the destination source address and then the destination source IP or port, and that's helpful for filtering. Then there's stateful firewall. So packet filter, the rudimentary packet filters, you can think of them as like a stateless system. They're using access control lists. They're not storing state. They're doing filtering. Stateful firewalls, on the other hand, are, as the name kind of alludes to, capturing state in some way. And this kind of allows you to do some filtering on the application layer, where you can detect man-in-the-middle attacks, most times, detect DOS attacks most times, and detect and filter out unauthorized access. There's more, things that you can do with stateful firewalls, but those are kind of some general ideas that you can think about. Proxy-based firewalls are essentially firewalls that are having traffic routed through them, so they're not necessarily on the boundary of a network, but they are in some place. They could be in a cloud, and you're just routing host-based host-based network packets through that proxy-based firewall before forwarding to whoever it is attempting to go. And then there's I say a buzzword, but then there's what all or every firewall vendor says their firewall is, this next generation firewall, which is this big suite of utility, which includes intrusion detection systems, deep packet inspection, and some type of application awareness. I think most people who are aware of next generation firewalls know that you have limited bandwidth when you use one of these, appliances, because they're doing deep packet inspection. They can't necessarily, give you 1 gig of throughput and still do packet inspection to provide you that security. So all these systems provide some balance between accessibility and security. My personal favorite firewall idea is the distributed firewall. So this is not a necessarily new idea, but the idea is to provide some type of appliance or solution that does filtering in the east to west traffic flow. So this is not, I guess this is different from, the traditional way of thinking about firewalls that filters out the bad people from the internet coming into your network, because it is filtering out, for example, in enterprises. If you have an attacker who has a foothold in the environment, you have now the ability to filter out detected packets. If you have the ability to detect, the attacker having a foothold in the first place, you can filter out those packets as they try to traverse your network or move laterally in your network. So it provides an additional layer of security and complements, the traditional firewall that sits at the edge of your network. So this is also, not something that you would typically see in a home network, because, the home network for most people, I guess for normal people, I would say, it's just a flat network. They don't have, some crazy network solutions where they have multiple VLANs or, multiple NAT networks. This is just, this is taking into consideration your traffic is traversing multiple places in the network. So there's a lot of different types of implementations of distributed firewalls. There's the host-based solution, and you can kind of say LinkedIn's distributed firewalls of this flavor. They're trying to, do some configuration of the host-based firewall, which is like on your end devices. You can think Windows firewall configuration. You can think Linux host firewall configuration. Then there's the more, I guess, flavor that I'm talking about is the network-based, device-based firewall. So this is using network switches or having appliances distributed in the network doing this filtering. Let me see. Okay, no questions. All right, so let's just recap some of these, ideas. All firewalls filter packets, but the specific features are not all the same. They're all specific to their use case. So if you go kind of like a layer down into filtering packets, like what, I guess like how would you filter packets? What does filtering packets look like? There are, I guess, like these are 3 examples, Linux-based examples for implementing packet filtering. We could just start with libpcap, because libpcap is kind of preceded by the rewrite of TCP dump. I guess not preceded, but TCP dump kind of replaces libpcap. But libpcap is a packet filter that uses a filtering mechanism that's based on different kind of like qualifiers, you could say. And so it can filter based on type, which is like the idea of filtering based on host, based on networks, based on port or port ranges, and also kind of destination, like filtering out source to destination or destination to source, and a wide variety of protocols. Then you have the Berkeley packet filter, which is not new. The eBPF extension to the Berkeley packet filter specification is what is the more recent novelty that has led to the hotness in BPF recently. But this is just BPF allows you to create these sandbox programs that live directly in kernel space, which gives you the benefit of being able to process packets inline and not necessarily have to go to application space, which gives you a very good performance in terms of networking. It also gives you the benefit of observability, being able to trace different events in your system. It's really good. NetFilter is also another packet filter, I guess, or a way of filtering packets. And I guess a popular implementation of NetFilter is IP tables, and I believe NetFilter works sequentially in its logic. So we went kind of like a little low in terms of like filtering out specific packets, right? But what are a higher level of abstractions when it comes to networking that enables kind of these ability to filter out packets, which is in a way, packet programmability. And there's this idea of software-defined networking, which isn't necessarily a new idea, which, the motivation of software-defined networking is to increase the programmability of your network environment. And to accomplish this, open flow software-defined networking came out, I believe, in 2011 from a lab in Stanford. They wrote a paper about how to decouple the control and data plane using a protocol called OpenFlow, which basically allows you to have a global view of the network routes, replacing, not necessarily replacing, but substituting the need for routers, and then allowing you to have control of switches directly. Open vSwitch is this virtual switch, that in Linux land, you see a lot of development with the data plane development kit, which is managed by the Linux Foundation. And just coupling these two ideas, there's been a lot of development and research. Also, leveraging eBPF to how do you programmatically, control how packets are handled within a network. And so this is kind of like the level of abstraction in the network where you can kind of have your own custom solutions. So what is the data plane? I mentioned it a couple of times. The data plane is essentially resides on switches, and it's mainly responsible for forwarding packets. So you can just think of, a switch doesn't necessarily know where everything is, right? Because routers are communicating to switches where packets should flow to get to a specific source. And switches are only focused on routing packets. So that the routing function is really fast because there is no, I just got this packet, I need to query, some application or the router always, because there's a flow installed on switches so that it knows like, oh, this is where I need to go. I'm flowing directly to, or this packet is going to be forwarded directly where this flow is kind of telling me. And that data path, the data path in the data plane is that pipeline of, processing these packets. And so the data path is interesting because you can introduce whatever kind of functionality or features that you want to inside of there that would be, helpful for developing a distributed firewall. But the question is this programmable? Can we program this directly for, motivations being security, improving security? And the answer is yes. There's a couple of solutions, eBPF we've mentioned, but there's a solution P4, which, complementary, or I shouldn't say complementary, but at the same time, there was another solution that came out called POF, which is trying to extend OpenFlow, because OpenFlow doesn't necessarily have the ability to program the data plane directly. But P4 allows you to create your own kind of packet processing pipeline from scratch, or you can use their model, their virtual switch model. But they have this architecture that you can use to develop, how packets are processed, and then you can basically compile bindings to your program to basically interact with the program, similar to what you can do with eBPF actually. And then there's another kind of open source solution called VPP. VDIO is their website, and VPP is just vector packet processor, and it is another data plane solution for achieving this packet programmability environment that is so interesting. So how can we put all of these interesting ideas together into something that reduces the cost of security and potentially makes our environments more secure? So that, hacker speak, let's just build a janky next generation firewall. So I guess we talked about what a next generation firewall is previously. So what are the kind of components that we would need to put together to create something like this? We can leverage an intrusion detection system because there's a bunch of different open source intrusion detection systems out there that we can use. So for example, Snore Suricata, we just need a listener environment that we can forward packets to. Okay, check. How can we forward packets? Well, we just introduced this really cool tool called eBPF, which allows us to write programs that are sandboxed in the kernel, and they can attach themselves directly to devices or device drivers. So with eBPF, we can clone and forward and also filter packets inline, which means that we have a really fast packet filtering. I guess complementary to that idea, this can be kind of extended further to using P4 to do something similar if we want to scale to larger networks. And then the point of integration, for simplicity, we can just use a Python program to compile, I guess not to compile, but to use our eBPF bindings or P4 bindings to basically control the different filter tables that we have installed on switches or in our environment. So here's an example of a very simple eBPF packet filter. I was going to try to demo, but I've not had any success demoing, so I'll just drop a GitHub repo with this code source once I verify that all the components work in a Docker environment. But essentially, in this very brief code snippet, we just have it's a C code for basically extracting the source IP from a packet directly on the device, and then essentially checking, is this IP within a table? If yes, we're going to drop the packet. If not, we're going to continue processing the packet by passing it up the stack in the kernel and whatever the packet's being used for, whatever program's communicating or using that packet or using that TCP communication session, we'll be able to continue doing that. So in Python, if we wanted to, directly be able to update, what's it called, the table that's filtering, we would basically specify what our compiled BPF program is, the interface that we want to bind to, and then essentially we would bind to it with the second provided function. Okay, so hopping out of the weeds, of code, what are more powerful solutions that enterprises might want to use instead of creating janky network or next generation firewalls? There's a couple of different solutions that are Kubernetes cloud native based. There's Cilium, Calico, and Falco, and these are all eBPF inspired solutions that leverage eBPF inside of a Kubernetes environment to provide you with increased observability, but also the ability to enforce network security policies in a very effective and efficient way. There's also a really cool blog post posted by Cloudflare, where Cloudflare is describing how they're using eBPF to basically have their firewall solution. So this comes to the motivation, why I even do this. And this is kind of some of my research motivation with, the ability to programmatically and efficiently update and push firewalls in a way that you aren't necessarily, spending money for proprietary solutions and can be extended, whenever you want to extend your program. This basically highlights a space that has the benefit to allow for network environments to be more agile and secure, but also it has the potential to remove the low-hanging fruit of having to manually, track down network alerts to make sure that your environment basically reflects you stop that network alert that you had saw. Now, there are, a couple of things that you would want to consider. You would want to consider, is this a false alarm? One, are we verifiably being able to filter out things like packets or filter out alerts in a way that doesn't disrupt services? That would be a very big, question that you would want to ask. But the goal of this work is, to be an open source solution, to provide a low cost solution for people to be able to secure the networks, especially when they can't afford security solutions, but also to provide a solution that is integrated by default with open source products. So those are kind of the ideas of this research application. So I guess in kind of conclusion, there's some very good resources on eBPF. The Linux Weekly news article provides, they have extensive articles on eBPF written by a variety of different authors. And then the BCC GitHub has a lot of examples of eBPF programs specifically for observability or Linux networking. I believe Sysmon, I saw it, I resaw it today, but I saw that Sysmon got ported to Linux with BPF. and then Brendan Gregg. He used to work at Netflix. I don't know where he went now, but he does a lot of really good ePPF introductory posts. He has a book about ePPF. I guess on the inverse of um, using BPF for security, there is offensive eBPF. There's a DEF CON talk, I believe, given 2 or 3 years ago that explained how you can use eBPF for very bad things. And I believe actually a lot of people are using eBPF for very bad things. So that is a very interesting space if you are, a penetration tester who, lives in Linux environments, cloud environments, etc. So some takeaways, hopefully, that you have from my talks. My talk is, firewalls can be approachable. There's not just one type of firewall. There's, many types of solutions that you can use, and having an understanding of firewall architecture and how it applies to your network can provide you with, a deeper understanding in a more secure environment. And then data plan programmability. Does it lead to more affordable solutions potentially? Trying to find out if that is the case. I guess I'm trying to find out if that's the case. So you can find me around the web. I should have verified it. This is actually my Mastodon, but I believe I'm on InfoSec Exchange at that handle. I'm also on Twitter at that handle. I don't really post a lot. Well, neither actually. I think I just retweet. But I will, post slides and the GitHub link whenever um, I check that it's complete. And then this is my website if you want to reach out to me at any time. So that's all that I have. I don't think I have a question slide, but are there any questions? Okay, so from YouTube, have you seen strange behavior in Mac OS and BPF within newer features? So, have I seen any strange behavior in Mac? I mean, I have not personally seen any strange behavior in Mac, but I know I- the name of the researcher in his website escaped me. But he was talking about, I guess the people who do Little Snitch were basically describing kind of some of the new features and how Apple's core features are bypassing their own security mechanisms, which is quite interesting. So, the implications of that are interesting. But have I personally seen any weird behavior? I have not. Um, but I do like the new features. It seems that the new features, depending on how you're, trying to secure your system, uh, they don't always work. For example, like the limit IP tracking or hide my IP if you're using DNS crypt or like a Raspberry Pi hole to filter out DNS traffic, and you happen to include one of Apple's tracking servers, then it doesn't work, which is interesting. Oh yeah, Apple's feature sidestepping. Yeah, I think there was a blog post by I don't let me see. Yeah, I'm not gonna even try to search it, but the creators of Little Snitch, they had a blog post about Apple's feature sidestepping PPF, which was quite interesting when it came out. I think they were actually the first people who caught that. John Lisa, maybe you said this, but what was your favorite part of doing this research? I mean, it's still research in progress. It's not done. What's been my favorite part? I mean, I think one thing that I have enjoyed that is also frustrating is, the deeper that you go into research, the more that you realize like there's, a lot of other places you have yet to explore or can explore. And I feel like this research is kind of like one of those areas where there's a lot of different ways that could go with it, but trying to, you know, come up with an idea of like what can I provide as research that not only, doesn't increase overhead of security systems, because I feel like there's this stigma where it's like, oh, security systems make my computer slow or it makes my network slow. Like, how can you improve the security of network systems without increasing the overhead. Like that has been like an interesting, or I guess one of my more favorite areas of kind of exploring. Okay. Well, if there is no more questions, I'm going to go ahead and stop streaming. Yes, do you plan on doing more blog content, or do you potentially? Will I implement this in my home lab? Probably not. I mean, I guess we'll see. Um, yeah, I mean, one of the big, one of the big gateways of entry currently, and using something like P4 is Barefoot Labs, who created P4, eventually got acquired by Intel, and they now create proprietary P4 switches, P4 enabled switches, and getting one of those things is we gotta have a business. Is what I'll say. So. But you could create your own solutions, right? I'm sure you could design your own risk architecture for a very cheap switch that uses P4. And I think that's actually something that I am very interested in, designing very cheap um, hardware solutions that you could deploy stuff like this to provide a true next generation of firewall that democratizes, or, I guess, yeah, democratizes how people interact with their own firewall solutions. So it would be cool to have um, something like that. And then I guess if I like any ideas that I have that I feel comfortable sharing that I don't feel like are dumb, I'll write a blog about, and I'll tweet about. But I guess till then, I'll probably keep them in my head until they are more polished. Cool. Well, I'll answer any other questions in chat. I believe it is lunchtime, so we'll have a break for lunch. I think lunch, actually, the schedule got updated. We'll have lunch for a lunch break for 45 minutes, and then we'll have Code for Carolinas come in and give a quick 15-minute talk about one of the projects that they're working on, if they're looking for people to help. So that would be great if you could come back at 12:45 to listen to that. And then there's another talk after lunch at 1 about the Icy Bridges talk. It's another, talk that is working in our community, providing benefits to our community. So definitely grab some lunch, but don't go too far. We have some great stuff coming up. So thank you guys for your time, and we'll see you soon.
Leave it on them like a sample. Murderer. It's like this. Murderer. Murderer. It's like this. Gonna leave it on them like a sample. This a one you wicked. This a one dread. Fly up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked. This a one dread. Fly up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked. This a one dread. Fly up a skull and make we pour a couple head. This a one you wicked. This a one dread. Flying up a skull and make we pour a couple head. Wicked talk when I done nothing for the youth them. Too much wicked talk when I done nothing for the youth them. promote. Father go and crush it like roach. Encourage them to go shoot. Nah, do not go for the youths. Your wickedness you promote. Father go and crush it like roach. Encourage them to go shoot. Nah, do not go for the youths. Everywhere you go, you bring. Everywhere you go, you bring pain and sorrow. Your wickedness you promote. Father go and crush it like roach. Too much wicked talk when I got nothing for the youth then. Everywhere you go, you bring. But we look for them as a Father go and crush it like roach. Your wickedness you promote. Encourage them to go shoot. Nah, do not go for the youths. Everywhere you go, you bring. Everywhere you go, you bring pain and sorrow. Too much wicked talk when I done nothing for the youth them.
Champion of the world in this musical corner.
Don't say nothing.
Back way,
Don't say nothing.
back way,
Don't say nothing.
back way,
Don't say nothing.
back way.
True, we are going good and we don't stop running warm. Some little idiot boy want come try match we con. But tell you all of them nobody ring we along. Cause from a boy test, I did those you come. Don't say nothing.
Back way,
Don't say nothing. But like you want something, but man no say you want nothing. But like you want something, but man no say you want nothing.
champion of the world, champion of the world.
True, we are going good and we don't stop running warm. Some little idiot boy want come try match we con. But tell you all of them nobody ring we along. Cause from a boy test, I did those you come. We will certify. But we them a cry. One thunderball and a heathen die. cry. One thunderball and a heathen die. We will certify. But we them a cry. One thunderball and a heathen die.
Champion of the world in this musical corner. Champion of the world in this musical corner.
True, we are going good and we don't stop running warm. Some little idiot boy won't come try mash we can. But tell you all of them number the ring we along. Now from a boy test, I did those don't say nothing.
Back way,
Don't say nothing.
back way.
Can let you want something, but man no say you want nothing. Where you a go with that idiot flex? Oh, you a go like you want disrespect? Where you a go with that idiot flex? Oh, you a go like you want disrespect? Don't say nothing.
Back way,
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 Don't say nothing.
back way. Champion of the world.
Big up all our late night crew. Big up all our late night crew. Original drunken master passing through. Them call with the drunken master. No true with tossing a cloud when we kill a snake fish. But me say we better than danger. No matter try test the master, me say don't bother this. Big up all our late night crew. Original drunken master passing through. Big up all our late night crew. Original drunken master passing through. Big up all our late night crew. Original drunken master passing through. Big up all our late night crew. Original drunken master passing through. And I'm a dragon and I'm a pro. Special request to you and God now so. Hear this. Watch out. Where is a teacher with a lip apprentice? For the drunken style, where you're the style specialist. You're rougher than the whole of 36 crazy fist. And if a boy want this, him a run a big race. Chuck it on top, can't wait that a dead wish. I will run things when it comes to madness. We fling poison dart, and you know when I miss. Big up all our late night crew. Big up all our late night crew. Big up all our late night crew. Original drunken master passing through. Big up. God with the drunken master. Big up all our late night crew. Original drunken master passing through. And I'm a dragon, I'm a bro. Special request to you and God now so. Hear this. Watch out. That's why them call with the drunken master. Not sure we dust out the monkey and we kill the mantis. We have the eye of the tiger. Me say we broke up the dragon with a karate kick. Me say we broke up the dragon with a karate kick. Chuck it on top, cat with that a death wish. see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, bring it come by the weight of the key. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, your paper start the big split to me just pick up the wrist now, pull it with herb and burn it tight and when all the herbalists and ganja gog on them. Hang on, me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, bring it come by the weight of the key. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, your paper start the big split to me just pick up the wrist now, pull it with herb and burn it tight and burn the sense. Me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, bring it come by the weight of the key. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, your paper start the big split to me just pick up the wrist now, pull it with herb and burn it tight and me say here comes the cat original ganja man with the lyrics now mouth, mic in my hand, vibes and all it does it like a vibration. Every massive fan put him up and come China long. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, bring it come by the weight of the key. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, your paper start the big split to me just pick up the wrist now, pull it with herb and burn it tight and when all the herbalists and ganja gog on them. Hang on. Hang on. Burn the sense. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, bring it come by the weight of the key. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, your paper start the big split to me just pick up the wrist now, pull it with herb and burn it tight and burn the sense. Me say here comes the cat original ganja man with the lyrics now mouth, mic in my hand, vibes and all it does it like a vibration. Every massive fan put him up and come China long. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, bring it come by the weight of the key. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, your paper start the big split to me just pick up the wrist now, pull it with herb and burn it tight and hang on. Burn the sense. Me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, bring it come by the weight of the key. You see me, I will burn the sense. Oh yes, your paper start the big split to me just pick up the wrist now, pull it with herb and burn it tight and me say here comes the cat original ganja man with the lyrics now mouth, mic in my hand, vibes them the gog on them. On the sunset.
Master weapon.
Special request to our die-hearted dog out, whether they come from southwest, east or north. This is the roughest corner, coming to take back no talk. Hear this, watch out. We are the roughest connect from out of South Park. Any boy test we have to draw a gun for. We are the roughest connect from out of South Park. Any boy test we have to draw a gun for. We are gonna dust out the blood. We are gonna shut out the blood. We are gonna dust out the blood. We are gonna shut out the blood. Watch out. We are gonna dust out the blood. We are gonna dust out the blood. We are gonna dust out the blood. Shut out, we are the roughest. We are gonna dust out the blood. We are gonna dust out the blood. We are gonna dust out the blood. We are gonna shut out, we are the roughest. We are the roughest. We are the roughest connect from out of South Park. Any boy test we have to draw a gun for. We are the roughest connect from out of South Park. Any boy test we have to draw a gun fast. Poison that joke your right gets your heart and the ragamuffin we not scared not laughed and we face bend cause we not beg no friend. Test a dog got the bug up and we mark 10. We are the roughest. We are the roughest connect from out of South Park. Any boy test we have to draw a gun for. We are the roughest connect from out of South Park. Any boy test we have to draw a gun fast. Poison that joke your right gets your heart and the ragamuffin we not scared not laughed and we face bend cause we not beg no friend. Test a dog got the bug up and we mark 10. We are the roughest. We are the roughest. Well, all ganja smoker, them a want you big up yourself, you know. Got a roughneck top cat coming back at you. Cause from a distance, can smell them about the color weed, man. Hear this. Me is a man, love me says. Me is a man, love me says. Jungle says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not. Say the urban hustling away road that juggling same thing we control that. Says you want look, you better check with it that. For the best sense and mail away the band. Them lock up tell the virgin and friend where you run the place at. Ganja we smoke when not take back no chat. Shoot the sense and mail away the chat and I back. And if you want something else we no response to that but it back. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Says where you want and then we run that. The amount of says where you can't run out. That's not with them. Me is a man, love me says. Me is a man, love me says. Me is a man, love me says. Special request to all the girls from north, south, east and west. From your body look good and you know you have the God bless. Broke wine, broke a man's spine. Watch right now. Request this time. Big up on our chest. and the girl. Big up on her chest. Whoa, watch out. Big up, bag up, big up, bag up, big up, big up, big up. So, oh man, you forget up and go well and rock. Wind up your bumper, wind up and back. Fight for your mate, cause she a dead stop. You and your massive and run the place hot. Diane and Susie, Marcia and Pat. All of them a come a butterfly on the spot. See with the muggle, you know you look trash. Take it from the girl, and call it down. Get up with me, tell them me say.
Well, all security force, I don't want to take it as no disrespect, but as a sense meal a smoker, may I have to tell them this. Yes, a urbana, herba ganja. Security force, I'm talking to you, Mr. Bouncer. Yes, a urbana, herba ganja. Security force, I'm talking to you, Mr. Bouncer. Yes, a urbana, herba ganja. Security force, I'm talking to you, Mr. Bouncer. Yes, a urbana, herba ganja. Security force, I'm talking to you, Mr. Bouncer. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. Me tell him nah let me split. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. Me nah go put it on me socks about me, ya go hide it. Or shove it down me brief about me, ya go balls it. Me nah skin teeth with it in me pocket. Me ya go walk to the gate with a big ganja split. Fun, nah let me split. Nah let me split. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. Me tell him nah let me split. Nah let me split. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. Well, all security force. Well, all security force. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. Me is a youth man, well love me sense it. And all me smoke that are the green it. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. Nah let me split. Nah let me split. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. Me tell him nah let me split. Nah let me split. But tell the bouncer boy that me nah let me split. Me nah go put it on me socks about me, ya go hide it. Or shove it down me brief about me, ya go balls it. Me nah skin teeth with it in me pocket. Me ya go walk to the gate with a big ganja split. Big ganja split. Well, all security force. I don't want to take it as no disrespect, but as a sense meal a smoker, may I have to tell them this. Me is a youth man, well love me sense it. Me is a youth man, well love me sense it. And all me smoke that are the green it. We like it, I like it, you like it too. Stamina MCs on wax for the movement crew. See, all I know is this tune tears up nothing in you. So anytime we're around, this is what we do. It's the way that we play this sound. It's the way that we bring this out to you. It's the way that we play this sound. It's the way that we bring this out to you. Hey yo, this is the way that I come best connect to you. Don't with the fighting and begin that a healing. We all get times where we just don't know what to do. There ain't a day when I don't get that a feeling. But about tonight, the vibe is right, and I'm damned if I can hold it any longer, baby. Just for tonight, the vibe is right, and I'm damned if I can hold it any. Because it's the way that we play this sound. It's the way that we bring this out to you. It's the way that we play this sound. It's the way that we bring this out to you. Now as I'm singing, the party's swinging, my ring is playing it loud, beating energy from people in the crowd, and you know we got it like this, baby, and you know we got it like that, baby. See, as I'm singing, the party's swinging, my ring is playing it loud, beating energy from people in the crowd, and you know we got it like this, baby, and you know we got it like that. Run track.
Hi, I'm good with this. Can folks hear me? Am I live streaming here on Discord? Okay, well, some of the folks who are usually responsible for telling me when I'm on mute are here, so I trust you'll speak up. I'm so happy to be here to be able to tell you a little bit about what we do at Code for the Carolinas as civic tech volunteers. And I think I can even show my face a little bit. Yeah, hey, good to see you. So what we're doing here is telling you a little bit about what we're up to as civic tech volunteers, and hopefully you'll have some interest in our activities, our projects, and we'd love to see some of you get involved and keep building connections, throughout the year and building on your experience at the conference. We are part of Code for America's network of brigades, and we provide this experience in throughout North and South Carolina. There are a couple of communities that also have their own local brigades, but we make sure it's available in all of those spaces that don't have a local brigade. We're individuals interested in changing our communities for the better. We work with government and nonprofits to improve public services and leverage open data to improve knowledge, transparency, and accountability. Currently, we're working on projects especially related to affordable housing and pedestrian accessibility, and we'll tell you a little bit about those two projects today. We also have projects in the hopper, so to speak, related to broadband benefits and open government. And just knowing that we're talking to a group of folks interested in things like security today, help with our infrastructure as a very small volunteer-run nonprofit is also super welcome. And you can learn more at codeforthecarolinas.org and on our meetup or Slack workspace. And I realize these links may not work for you now, but we'll share the presentation out afterwards. And the first project I would like to talk with you a little bit about is one called the Zoning Atlas. People working in the field of affordable housing for years have run across a barrier that they can't even figure out what to do or where to make a difference in the problem of a lack of affordable housing, homelessness, things like that, because the data about zoning, our laws about what it's okay to see, what it's okay to build where is, it's a real mess, so to speak. It's kind of impossible to make consistent evaluations throughout states, or definitely to compare states. So we're doing a data science project in partnership with this group called the National Zoning Atlas, based out of Cornell University. And this involves finding out the zoning and completing a complex data set about how different parts of our cities and counties are zoned, to eventually create a huge data set and like a geodata set that will allow people to analyze and visualize zoning, and to solve problems like segregation, school funding, environmental, transportation, and other problems like that. You can look at how Connecticut was the first state to complete their atlas, and so you can kind of look at how the work in Connecticut has been used by this group called Desegregate Connecticut, and we hope to have similar progress with the data that we're putting together for North Carolina and South Carolina. If this seems like it might be your thing, we would love to have you get involved. And we have work sessions on alternate Mondays, 7 to 8 p.m. Our first upcoming work session about this is on May 1st. If you're part of the project, you're also welcome to attend events with the National Zoning Atlas team, like their Friday office hours. As you become familiar with the project, data and the processes, it also branches out into interesting directions like user experience, GIS, and machine learning, because they're trying to use natural language processing to read these hundreds of pages of zoning codes and actually make sense of them, so human volunteers don't have to keep doing this on into the future. Our other project, which we are super excited about, is the Open Sidewalks project. And I want to invite some other folks, Bucky Webb, and I think Leo may also be presenting. I know it's Bucky is our focal point on this project, and I want to invite him to share about our Open Sidewalks project in a way you can learn more about that even later today. So thank you for your interest and attention, and let's bring Bucky up on the stage now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, one of our projects at Code for the Carolinas is the Open Sidewalks project, and what that is it's mapping the pedestrian ways in urban areas. There's a lot of good info for GPS type programs for streets, but not for sidewalks. And it's focused on making it more accessible, especially to those who have need accommodations, like if you're in a wheelchair or use a walker or anything like that. And we use it's an open source task manager that's through the Open Sidewalks project, but it uses Open Street Maps, if anyone's familiar with that, as its kind of base. And the long end goal would be to get it on the access map. Let me try to share my screen real quick. Okay. Can you see that?
It's lagging a little bit, but it's trying.
Okay. It's basically, you can go to accessmap.io if you want to check it out and play around with it, but it's basically like a GPS like you would use with your car. You can customize it to whether you need curb cuts and, excuse me, if you can only go up a hill that's this X amount steep or anything like that. And then it'll give you, as you play with the controls, it'll tell you, you'll see the green and the red change. It'll give you the most accessible route for you to get to where you need to go. And we do that by using the tasking manager. I can show you, we're working on the downtown Raleigh area. Let's see. Tasking manager, you can see, and you can go in. We centered around the bus station in Raleigh. If you map a task, I'll try to get there real quick. You can see kind of what the map looks like.
Yeah, Becky, your screen is slow, so I wonder if I maybe re-enable me to screen share. Maybe mine will come in a little faster.
That's fine if you want. We can try that.
See. So what I'm going to share here is the access map, the first thing that Bucky mentioned. So this is where it allows you to say, like, you're traveling in a wheelchair and you need to get a route from one place to another. It will do that for you. And then, Bucky, if you want to mention maybe the event today, and I'll bring in the tasking manager. It'll take me just a second.
So we have a later today we're in with I think it's a combination between Open the Paths and the Earthathon through Democracy Lab. And we're doing a presentation. If you want to join us, I think it starts a little bit before the Icy Bridges is over, but if you want to join after Icy Bridges and check out and get a little more information, that would be great. Does someone have the link for today's Zoom? I didn't have it handy.
I do have it. I can post it in the chat in just a minute. But I was able to share our tasking manager view of downtown Raleigh, and to show our progress, but also all of the places we'd love to have you help us.
Okay. Does Matt or anyone else from our group have anything to say?
We are at time, so I hope that what they would say is just a warm welcome. And I
Yes,
think
please.
that they will continue to represent us a little bit here in the Discord chat. If any of these projects appeal to you, we'd love to, like all volunteers, conferences, everything has been a bit disrupted by the pandemic. So we'd love to make some new connections and help you be a part of our projects. Thanks for letting us have this time. Everybody, enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks, y'all.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Hopefully, we've got those worked out now. This next talk is Icy Bridges Needs Your Help by John Davis. And we thank you for speaking today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay? All right, super. I was going to put this hat on and my DEF CON and CarolinaCon, one of my shirts, and my Google Glass, just so I would be cool. Later, you'll see kind of how that comes into play as a joke. But if you want to see this slide deck as we're talking, this is the URL here. So at this web page at the very bottom, it'll show the CarolinaCon times I've spoken, and it'll show this slide deck here. All right. Let's see if we can. There we go. So, what is this talk about? It's about coding on the weekend, right? So there's 2 open source projects, and there's 2 related users groups that you may not know are here in RTP. I started a Google Cloud Platform users group in 2018. I'm sponsored by Google, and in 2020, I believe, I started an AWS user group program. I'm sponsored there by their community builders and their user group leaders. So I have some tie-ins with AWS and GCP, and this is an open source project that utilizes both. And there's 2 implementations. We'll talk more about it. See if we can advance the slide. So the 2 user groups are not kind of like your normal user group. Where you meet once a month and you have a presentation. This is more of an active workshop approach. We meet every weekend, and it gets a little tight to meet every weekend, but definitely there are 2 advertised user groups that meet for workshops, and I segregate those into GCP focused and AWS focused. That way that keeps my sponsors happy. I do have, and that goes, I used to be on Meetup. I used to meet in person. I really, I had some attendance, but in reality, most of it is just easier because I want to do it rather than driving and maybe 1 or 2 people show up. Just do it online. With that said, there are some periodic talks that I will do in person. I would do this one in person if it was in person. The last one I did in person was at UNC last October, November timeframe. And then before that, I did one over at the Frontier in RTP, if you're familiar with that. So what is this talk specifically about? So besides trying to drive membership to the users groups, I'm trying to get people to work on the open source projects. Originally, it got started as a entry for a DevPost hackathon. I'm not sure if you're familiar with those, but they run all the time. This was my second entry. I did one before with Jim Gray of Greenstream, and that was part of our GCP user group. This was in response to using AWS with SageMaker for disaster response. Later, because it was deep learning, I entered it into the deep learning challenge. And there you had to use EC2s and Intel. I didn't really use the EC2s, but I did it just enough to say it is EC2. I try to be more micro services oriented. Later, I did a GCP implementation. And I'm saying here without sponsorship, if you go in and you do these above AWS, they'll give you credits. So you'll get like about $500 to cover costs. GCP didn't give me anything, but I am part of their users group, or developer group, I should say. So, why do a hackathon? Why come to a conference like this and do CTFs? It's kind of fun. So, however, at this particular time, I was in between jobs, and rather than looking for a job, I was like, hey, let's just go out and do some work, and we'll use that as a talking point while I'm looking for a job. It came out that way. It's also something interesting to do. I had been doing the user group before this time, and I have a firm belief in mastery. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this term, but there is an expression of, it takes 1,000 hours or 10,000 hours to master a skill. I definitely believe that, you start off, you don't really know what's going on. You got to have a beginner's mindset, and you just keep at it, and things will become better. But you've got to exercise the skill, and the way to exercise the skill is by doing it. And that's why it's a weekly basis. And in actuality, I have a Saturday morning workshop that I don't advertise. But that's really like, if you're coming to the Sunday meeting, I'll give you the URL, and you can come to that one as well. what does the project do? Well, I had been, I'm from the mountains of North Carolina. I worked up north, and I'm familiar with bridges and icing and how dangerous they can be. And I also, a little bit familiar with image processing, a little bit familiar with ML. And I was like, maybe there's an automated way that we could see the detect if the bridges are icy, and maybe put it in conjunction with the temperature, wind speed, and a visual, and we can kind of put this together and kind of get like a voting schedule, right? This thing has a high probability. This task has a high probability. This has probability. 2 out of 3 are positive, and maybe one, like it's got to be a certain temperature. We throw that one in as a minimum requirement. Then we can kind of like say, yes, it's a good chance this is going to have ice on this bridge. While I was doing this, sadly, this happened on one of the bridges that I was monitoring, and this was the camera angle that I captured. So, with that said, I'm using the NCDOT, Department of Transportation cameras. These are public cameras that are out. Originally, I wanted to get a camera that was fixed on a location, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how that went through trying to get the cameras. So, does this thing work? No, it doesn't work. There's a lot to do, but I'm not really. That's not really my worry. My worry is it's a goal, and we're trying to get to it. If it was working, then I wouldn't need volunteers. So you could be the person that helps come in and help get it to work. So, and this is kind of like this. I'm trying to put these O'Reilly book covers in here for fun. The one with the Google Glass here, I literally had my Google Glass, and I just can't find it. But I was like, a Google Glass and a DEF CON hat, that would be, maybe you get a kick out of it. Also, so maybe you're familiar with the IPS, infrastructure, platform, software as a service, versus on-premise. I'm a firm believer in trying to get over here all the way to the right. I've been doing Linux before Linux was cool, back when Linux was a pre-1.0 kernel, and I love Linux, but I see the cloud where they're managing things and you're just buying time on it as beneficial. So, I'm trying to avoid like AWS EC2 or GCP compute engines, which are over here, and I'm trying to move to the right. So I have aspects of Beanstalk and App Engine, Lambda, Cloud Functions, there's recognition, there's auto ML, yada, yada, yada. But, they have some problems, and so you've got to come back to the left a little. The next thing is, when I'm doing this, I'm trying to use lightweight frameworks. Like, there isn't any jQuery, there isn't any React. I'm trying to do things as simple as possible. I think that also, by doing things simple and using fundamentals, it increases your skill level, and it's more applicable to wherever or whatever you're going to do next, right? One of the next thing is I'm trying to make everything open source. For instance, if you look at the GitHub repos for this work, it's all out there. There's nothing that's not on that public GitHub that's not been implemented. The 3 websites that I run, the skink.net, the rtpgcp.org, and the rtpaws.org, you can go look at the website. You can go to that GitHub and hey, my login keys are out there. They're encrypted. There's a honeypot as well encrypted, but they're there. The way I see it, like, let's put it out, and it also kind of makes a challenge, and that's the security aspect. If you're making this completely open source where people can use it and collaborate, can you still maintain the security aspect? And that's part of the challenge, right? I did have one time when I put out an API key by mistake, and I got the alert, and then I went back into the Git history and I reversed it. I removed that. That's it's a mistake, but it's recoverable. It would be grand if we had somebody to join these workshops and compliment me and say, "Yo, dude, you're about to commit an API there." One of the other things, talking about front end work, trying to utilize with JavaScript the concept of relays. So you've got API keys that are used, but you don't want them to be able to somebody hit a browser and get that API key and use developers console to find it. So you've got that aspect as well. It's a tough problem and there's a lot of moving parts, but there's a lot of different ways people can get involved. Okay, so what works and what fails, right? I mean, that's interesting. So I'm going to talk about AWS because that was like the first implementation, and that worked to a certain degree. And then GCP is kind of like the current focus. I'm still trying to do them both in parallel, but I pretty much I took down everything that I had with GCP because it was getting kind of crusty, and I just reflowed it and separated things into projects, and that was what I kind of did at the beginning of the year. And now I'm kind of like doing that with AWS the same way. So I'm just looking at AWS and focus. I think the project is well documented. I think it's ready for contributors. The front end works to a degree. I did a lot of stuff with recognition at the beginning, and trying to use recognition. They have they have them like the Mechanical Turk stuff, where you put up a bunch of images and then you log in and you say, "Hey, I'm going to label these images. I'm going to do object detection on the images," and you can put that out as a pool to say, "Hey, let's get 10 volunteers and let volunteer 1 do set of images 1 and volunteer 2 do the next set of images," and you can kind of like crowdsource the development. That didn't go as well as I thought. I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding the difference in what you're trying to do in labeling images. One is, there's different types, right? You have just a label, like does this image have a picture of a bridge in it, or object identification, this is the bridge, this is the area of interest that we're going to work on for image processing. And then you have image segmentation, which is something that I don't do now, but I need to do. I think that's going to work better than the object identification. And that's where you'll like highlight all the pixels of the bridge, highlight all the pixels a different color of, say, the roadway. And that's a whole other thing. Takes a little more to do, but that would be part of it. So, like there's also, because this was a hackathon, you had to have a front end. So you had to have something that the judges could go to a web URL and they could point and click and do stuff. I think they were trying to weed out the people that were just making a SageMaker notebook like a high school science fair project. And, here's our canned data, click through these cells and you get a result. I think they were really trying to get people that developed the algorithms with SageMaker, but had wrapped it in a front end for like a production environment. For the actual ML stuff, there's not a lot. I've taken a class and I've spent some time with MXNet. MXNet is from Apache. It's a competitor to TensorFlow. I've done more TensorFlow than MXNet. But I wanted to use that because that was kind of like the AWS du jour. When I took the MXNet class, it was literally computer vision on AWS. with that said, it's not 100% secure. I'm not going to tell you how to hack it, but there is some things there that I didn't know now. I knew when I was doing them they weren't good practice, and I was like, I'll just hide it. But now it's disabled, and what I will do is when I do it the next time, I'm going to try to put this proxy in place. The the first ML prototypes failed miserably because when you're using recognition, because I'm trying to, like I said, trying to do stuff as quickly as possible, recognition really depends upon bounding boxes that are rectangular. So the camera angles are not determined by me. I'm getting whatever the public camera angle is. So one day, a camera for a particular bridge might be looking at the bridge, showing the bridge scene between the bridge and the roadway. 5 minutes later, it could be panned and looking at not even at the bridge, it's looking at another roadway. So trying to get that to work, and then when it does look at the roadway, the bridge is skewed, so it's kind of like a it's like it's not a rectangular shape, it's more of a diagonal polygon type thing. And so when you try to identify where the bridge is, it's changing all the time. So that was part of my problem. So what works on GCP? Well, not a lot, because we just started in January doing the GCP after the new year. And like I said, the first thing we did was we were like, let's tear all this down and bring it back up. The web page is there, the sample app engines are there, they're in separate projects. The kill switch is in there, and it works, I think, pretty good. The showing how to develop web apps, not just on my Linux terminal here, but using the GitHub code spaces, which are basically Docker images, to do Node.js. That's there. When we left off of it last time, it was trying to get Firebase inside of a Node app to work, and we're not, like I said, Firebase seems to be out of the box working with React and React back frameworks. I think the other one is like Vue, Open Vue or something. I still want to stay with Express. Express is much simpler and smaller, but I haven't figured that part out yet. Still under construction. So what is a kill switch? Well, a kill switch is, let's say that something happens by mistake. You leave a service on, and that service is running up cost, right? I was actually going to put a graphic of, hey, you left your ML prediction service on overnight, and now you get this big bill. There was a meme on that. Also, it could be like maybe some hacker comes in and he just starts, for whatever reason, hitting the website, and the website, because it generates costs by how much storage there is and how much access, how many bytes are transferred. Maybe it starts running up. I pay for all this out of my pocket. When I say that Google and Amazon sponsors me, let me make that a little bit more clear. AWS will give out some credits as part of the programs. The Google developer groups are really centered around Android, Flutter, things like that. They do have cloud users groups, and I have submitted requests. I haven't gotten any money yet, but one of these days I think it's going to happen. I pay for all this out of my pocket. I'm not a 503c, so I can't even write it off as a tax expense. So cost is very important to me. But I also feel like if I'm doing it for a service, I'm giving it back to you, the developer, to come in here and use it to learn how to do something, and I feel good about that. So I'd like to help you in that regard. But there could be someone that comes out and they want to abuse that, and if they do, I want to be able to shut things off without me having to look at an email. Like, my phone has the emails, I've got the apps, I've got the notifications, but let's say it happens while I'm sleeping. I want this kill switch to cut things off. And I want it to cut things off by segments. Like if the website's not having an issue, but a web app is having an issue, I want the web app to be killed off, right? Not everything. So the GCP kill switch is a little different from AWS. In GCP, you have the concept of projects. They don't have that in AWS, so it's a little different. Let's go. Maybe I got a slide on that. Yeah. So AWS, you remove public access for storage buckets. You can throttle services. You can finally disable services. And that's a little bit different. With the GCP, I can just say shut down a whole project, and everything associated with that project just goes offline. So, looking again at the AWS, how is it built, right? So I mentioned I'm trying to do everything with microservices. If you're I hope you're familiar with microservices. If you're not, I'm looking at the chat. Just let me know. But a microservice would be something like, instead of me running a web page with a web app in the background on a EC2, I'm going to run an Elastic Beanstalk, and it's basically going to be a Node JavaScript app that uses Express and Browserify. Instead of making a REST API, once again putting it on the EC2 instance and hosting it that way, I'm trying to use Lambdas and API Gateway. Some of that is in Python. I'm trying to use, the lingua francas of the net, JavaScript and Python. I would like to go to something like Go, but let's go with what people know. Just to keep some things simple, some of it runs on my local PC because I can run it here with a cron job, and it's free. I don't have to put it on EC2 instance, but it's trivial stuff, right? You're just using cron to say go out a certain time of day. It ain't going to do any good to do it at night, right? The cameras aren't night vision. And just run bash scripts that use curl to get the images, and we can collect all these images and use that as our training data. The image processing is via MXNet, like I was saying. Image labeling is SageMaker Ground Truth, which is part of the ML recognition stuff. And recognition is their vision API for doing microservice computer vision models and prediction. So finally, after we've talked all about all that stuff, let's talk about the project and what does it do. I like these, by the way, oh really things. I throw them in here a couple times. So the project goal architecture is something like this. We're going to build front-end web apps that have DNS entries for them. So this will be like minimum viable product, release candidate 1, release candidate 2, so on and so forth. We're going to use the cameras with the ground truth to do classification. We're going to upload images. We're going to detect where the bridge seam is or the ice, label those, and then we're going to try to do orient the things so that they're in the correct orientation. It's harder to, like I said, to label if it's a diagonal, right? You try to make them so they're right angles. And then once we get a collection of images that are oriented correctly, we can say like, oh, this image is the similar image from what we had at a baseline, and we can do diffs, and then we can just compare the diffs and maybe even apply that to an ML algorithm. You may not even have to. You may just be able to just to say, what's the change in it? So I mentioned some of this. Uh, One of the things that, when I started this was I was familiar with the public webcams on WRL.com, which is a local TV station that has a web page. I thought, from doing some work with a company where we worked with the FEMA, North Carolina Emergency Management, not the federal, so it's like North Carolina EMA or something. I thought I could use those guys to help me get in touch with the NCDOT. I wrote to some of my connections. I made new connections via LinkedIn. I spoke to friends. I wrote to the NCDOT. I wrote to the governor, lieutenant governor, just various people. To send emails to TV stations, spoke to some friends. I have some friends that, like one neighbor worked for the federal government, the other neighbor works for the sheriff's department, talking to them, see if they could get me some kind of contact to say, hey, on these webcams, do you have any webcams that are fixed? They're looking, it's a high res picture, it's fixed, and it's not moving on a bridge seam. Everything I was doing was just going into a black hole. However, while trying to find the contacts, I found this drivenc.gov website. That's actually the website that you can go to as a public, and you can see those webcams. Based upon the webcams, you could at least get the image. You could web scrape it, and then as part of that, trying to get in touch with those guys to see if I could get a contact. Finally, it became apparent they don't have any fixed cameras. They're purposely meant to move about. And eventually, I got a response where the response said, I'll put you in touch with a professional engineer. He's an engineer, right? He's a civil engineer. But those cameras are not really run by the NCDOT. They're run by a contracting firm. It's a private company. They're doing the work on the NCDOT as part of a government contract. But I still have those contacts, so that's good. And we'll try to, as we get better along, maybe we'll be able to get more traction with those guys to get fixed camera images later. So before I started doing this, what did I know before I was doing it, right? So I had some DSP in school. I am an electrical engineer. I'm familiar with 1D convolution since way back when. I've had some classes in image processing. And by the way, I'm not telling you this trying to brag about how clever I am. I'm trying to show you that I do have some insight. I'm not an expert. I'm trying to have a beginner's mindset, and I'm trying to say I'm serious about this, and I'm trying to do it right. So I'm hoping that might lead some credence to you to assist. I've done a lot of stuff with TensorFlow and MATLAB. It was mostly audio, but it wasn't video. So I'm trying to increase my game as well, and I thought this would be an interesting project to do. What was unknown before starting? Well, from the user groups, I had some experience with the different microservices. As like I said, Google, they don't give me cash to fund a Google Cloud project, but they do give periodically each quarter. They have kind of a campaign to say, hey, this quarter we're giving out credits on Google Cloud Platform classes to take these particular components, forward in the marketplace, trying to gain market share. So if you came to my workshops, I could say, hey, next month we're going to give out credits for these labs that are on, I don't know, NLP processing maybe, or Firebase, and you could take those classes using that environment, and you could do it for free, and that's the best way to learn, right? You're using resources on the cloud, but it's not costing anything. So a little bit of that I had, and these are mostly through these classes. AWS, they do something similar, but they give you credits to use with Cloud Guru, which I think is now, it used to be called Linux Academy, now it's Cloud Guru. It changed names. And you can take those classes. They, once again, they set you up in an environment, and you do things. But it's one thing to be going through a class in a step-by-step lab where they're like saying, do this, do this, do this, and you get it complete. You'll learn at a level, but it's another level to try to implement something yourself. But some things didn't know anything at all. I didn't know anything about API gateway, right? So I didn't know nothing about that. I knew about REST API, but I didn't know how to implement it using that microservice. I mentioned the drive nc.gov. This website, you can go, and like I'm highlighted Durham County right now. You can see all the cameras that are out. They're mostly on interstates, but you can click on the camera and you can see what it's looking at that particular time. So basically, that's, I went around and looked in this area and in the mountains trying to get cameras that were looking at a bridge, and they were high res. These cameras vary in quality. Some of them actually have text overlays on them as well. So, and sometimes the cameras, I think I'll get back to that. Well, I'll get back to the cameras here in a bit. So, why the emphasis on the front end? Well, we're trying to get something working. It was a hackathon requirement, but also it's just interest, right? Like I have an interest in using the cloud for the whole thing. The second is not everybody has an interest in computer vision. If I'm trying to recruit people to help me, some people, they might be interested in the computer vision, but the computer vision, maybe, we don't have enough of it there that they're interested in. Some of them may be interested in the front end portion, but they don't really know how to do anything front end. I literally had a lot of people like, I'll help you with the website, and what they were wanting to do was like put up a WordPress site. That's not really in my vision. Also, if you have a front end, you have something that people can point and click. You can point them to it, and they like it, right? And it just kind of helps to recruit people. So along the way, I found this. Let's see what this is. And then let's go down. Oh yeah, so it's not presenting when I do that. Okay, well, so what it is it's a, by the way, when I'm looking at this, my slide deck is advancing. Is your slide deck not advancing? When I'm looking over here in chat, is your slide deck, anybody out there? Can you chat? Is the slide deck not there? Maybe. So we've been talking this entire time. Nobody said anything. Okay. All right. All right. So anyway, this link, if I do this, it'll, for whatever reason, it's not showing it. This is a link that has to do with some researchers, some college researchers, university, whatever, and they were talking about how you don't actually have to be freezing to have ice on the roadway, simply because, oh, it has been? Okay, thank you, Ocean, I appreciate it. Okay, you've been able to hear me? Have you not been able to see the slides? Were they not advancing? When I looked over here on Discord, it was like the first slide and said we've paused this. All right. Okay, we'll just assume it's going now, because now I see it coming over. All right. All right, so one. Okay, good, groovy. Thank you, Ocean. I appreciate it, Ocean. So the possible architecture was what we were going to do was to take an image. This will be from the public camera. Yeah, Bueller, Bueller. Uh, do a label detection and try to see if it was a good visibility on the sample image. One of the things I was trying to say earlier was when you're looking at those cameras, it could be a camera that's not even looking at a bridge at the moment. It could be a camera that the light levels are too low. Like, I'm trying to go from dusk till dawn to get the images for my training data, but some of them, because of you're too early, right? Or the sun, there's no sun, there's no clouds, and there's sun glare, right? The camera can't really see anything because there's, you got like the diamond effect in the lens. Sometimes it could have moisture on it. The camera could be literally like fogged with precipitation. Sometimes it could just have water droplets. So you're trying to, say, is this a good image? This is one aspect. Then, there's label detection. Like, is there a bridge? We don't want to be looking at images that we know 100% there's no bridge there. And then if there is a bridge in the picture, we want to identify the bounding box for where in the image the bridge is, right? And specifically, what I'm trying to do is get that seam. With that, you need to kind of rotate it, right? So, if the angle is like this, these things work better when they're like so. Rotate it, turn it into a grayscale, edge detection, etc. Classify it, and then also look at the weather. Do you meet certain temperature considerations? And then you can give out an indicator. And so this is kind of like what I had in my mind for how we're going to do this. So here is a sample camera from one of the images I had. This one does have like the identifier, but it's all down here. Sometimes these indicators will be overlaid up here, right? And this is a particular bridge that on a normal day, right through here, you would see the change between asphalt and concrete, and you would see a seam. It's a pretty trivial guess that if you don't see this seam going here, there's ice or snow over it, right? That's kind of trivial. The way that I scraped these cameras was I basically just, found the web page, used the Chrome developer tools. They had some coarse protection, but try to work around that. As far as fetching the images, once I had that done enough, I could, literally like with Chrome developer tools, you can like highlight something and say, give me the fetch command via curl, right? Get a cron script, change the update period. Like some of these cameras, they're all still images. They're not live, right? But they all have a varying update period. So this camera might be every 5 minutes he shows an image. Another camera might be every 10 minutes it shows an image. But, kind of come down to the lowest common denominator so that we weren't getting dupes and just try to get them every 10 minutes, right? While I was doing it, the API changed like 3 times. So 3 times I had to go in and change my web scraping method. Currently, I know that if you go to the web page and you pick a particular camera, some of the cameras work, some of them don't, and I suspect they've had another change. I mentioned I finally made an NCDOT contact, and that led to an NCO engineering contact, and So maybe in the future we'll be able to say, like, can you please get, like, this is a good camera. Can you hold it fixed and not be panning over to this roadway or train station below you? Yeah, so I talked about this. The camera angles are not fixed. Um, I forgot to mention, sometimes the cameras will just go offline. Like, I don't know, maybe they're down for maintenance, maybe there's some sort of problem, but literally, like, there's no image whatsoever. So with this, like, what are we going to do next? Are we going to, like, perform some detailed analysis and write a paper? Or are we going to build a series of models? Are we going to try and test? What are we going to do? I went with, I guess maybe the second and the third. Let's do something, not get analysis paralysis, and let's start throwing up MVPs. I'm a firm believer in agile development, and that's the goal. So approach zero was like, is there a difference in the edges, right? Assuming the camera angle's fixed, you have a reference image, quantify change based upon the difference in pixel values, and you can put in some weather conditions. And that would be something like this, right? Here's a reference image, here's the edge, here's that same with some snow, here is the edge, and is there a difference, right? And if there is a difference, that means that, in one, there was a bridge with seams, and the other one, there's not. I'm not going to try to click on that so it works, but there was something with that. That may be I don't know what the URL, maybe like a Colab notebook or something. And that's just image processing, right? There's no ML in that. Approach one was like a bounding box comparison. So once again, locate the seam bounding box, perform an IOU. If it's the out, then there's no ice, and assume ice when the seam is visible. This is intersection of union. And so here is a tilted image, right? And there's that seam. Locate the bridge, crop the image, locate the seam, and then just look at this piece. So that's kind of like the next one. There was a guy that is a friend of mine that I met via LinkedIn, and he's come to a couple of the workshops. He was talking about pixel intensities and some stuff. More of the image processing guy. There was another paper that mentioned wavelets and stuff, looking them out. Yet another paper requiring weather data. I am currently not scraping any weather data. I am familiar with what I think it's the underground weather underground, and I think it's Weather Map API is another open source one. So what happened when I was labeling images? So once I understood that recognition only returns bounding boxes, so like you could use the API for recognition in two ways. You could use it like the default out of the box, but it didn't do bounding boxes. It only did labels for the images. If you use custom labels, you could do bounding boxes. So it was like, oh, well, I'm going to have to go out and start labeling some images with bounding boxes. And then I could use that as a input to recognition. So I did this, right? I was like, I'm going to try to draw these bounding boxes showing ice on an image that I had captured. And even though it's not a bridge, I was like, really, at this point in time, I was like, oh, I just, capture ice and I can see ice anywhere. Problem is, this doesn't work very well. There's too many bounding boxes to be seen, and too many of the bounding boxes look like these stripes in the roadway. So one is you can't put this many bounding boxes. Two, if you don't put the bounding boxes and you have regions that don't have a bounding box, then it gets confused. And if the bounding boxes are not in a rectangular orientation, you're not capturing the points of interest. So this didn't work, right? So at that point, I was like, well, let's make this a little simpler, right? Let's simplify the problem. Rather than any particular camera that's possible, let's look at cameras that are high quality. Chances are we're just going to use canned images. We're not going to go live. And we're going to look at images that are of reasonable quality. And we have on the particular snow day, this was back in 22, we didn't have any snow this last year. Look at those days to see, like, do we have something before and after, or before, during, and after. And so these were the camera names that I picked as higher quality, and then looking at them. So here is an example of one that's nearby, real high quality, right? It's a very high quality camera, but on the 2 snow days, it happened to be looking at the road, and only on one of the days before it snowed, it had some portion was of the bridge and some portion was of the road. So you're trying. So I'm still gathering data, and I was hoping to turn this stuff on for snow days this year, but we didn't have them. What this attempt does is to reduce problem, right? You only use one camera, even if it has bad images. Went out, labeled the 3 things I was trying. The result was still bad. So one of the things I said was, we've got to get these images rotated. And I kind of set the front end work away, for a while, set that aside, and I went back to MX Network. With MXNet, I could load the images. I had, previous work for there. I had work with making them grayscale, but trying to do the rotate was a little hard. Then after I actually got that working, I found this rotate command. It was kind of funny, but anyway, so here is trying to rotate images to, like I said, get them in a rectangular shape. So you could draw right here a bounding box on that seam, and you could compare it. Problem was, sometimes you come through and there just wasn't enough context, right? This one is rotated, but it's not rotated at the same angle. This one's rotated, and if I rotated that image the same angle, this guy is still not the same, so we had a problem there. Trying to do it where I didn't go to grayscale. That actually also had terrible results. It didn't improve the model. I think the demos are now currently turned off. So anyway, so what now? Well, that's the reason for this talk. The talk is there's more to do. You can join and assist. Probably better ways than using recognition. Recognition has an image segmentation capability that would take a lot more longer time to label the images with segmentation, but I think it could be done. Use MXNet. There's more work to be done on the front end, and and I've mentioned that. So why participate? Well, you learn by doing. There's a lot of different things you could learn from, right? You could come in on the MXNet portion. You could get on the AWS GCP microservices. You can learn some JavaScript, some HTML, CSS for building those pages, Node. Learn how to use Chrome developer tools, right? How to do Markdown. If you just want to come in and do documentation, there's a lot of stuff to do with documentation. I I had a guy one time. He said to me, he used to come to my workshops. He was like, "Wow, there's a lot. That's a lot of good info you have up there, but it's very disjoint and hard to follow." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, because every weekend I'm trying to do something, and these are really my notes that I'm maintaining. They get reformed some, but every week we're doing something that there's an aspect of what we don't know about, right? So, you know, be a creator instead of a critic, I guess is what I was saying there. The repo. This is the repo for AWS. I should have put the GCP repo up there. And I think that's it for 40 slides. We have 52 minutes in it. We got 3 minutes. If there's any questions, and I'll stop sharing here. I can figure out how to stop. Stop streaming. There we go. Any questions? Comments? I'll move this over so I'm looking at the camera. Titan is typing. So if you go to this website here, go to that website. On the project page is the link to this slide deck, and on the slide deck there's links to the open source projects, and there's a link to the meeting. I think the slide deck has tomorrow's 10 o'clock meeting and tomorrow's 11 o'clock meeting. And every week, it's like 99%, I'm going to have the meeting on Sundays, 10 a.m. for GCP and 11 a.m. for AWS. And if you come to that and you're interested, I do a 9 o'clock Saturday morning. The Saturday morning, it could run for an hour, it could run for 2 hours. It's more focused on programming, but the programming has to do with these things. And, there are user groups, right? So come in and, if you want to talk about how to use Google Cloud Platform, I'll help you if I can. And if you don't have a question, you can at least attend and, and try and pick it up. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Titan. With the Joe's Cool Snoopy icon. That's good. Anna, Florida is typing. Anna was doing a Code for America project, and Bubba as well. I've actually been to some of the Code for America here in Durham. You're welcome. Thank you, and thank you for your guys. Your project, your thing sounded cool too. I'd like to maybe collaborate some. I've done some GIS stuff, and I've used QGIS. I have an interest in NLP and all that good stuff. Now, and Okjay is here. Okjay regularly attends my meetings. I'm glad to see Okjay's here. So how do I factor in weather conditions? One of the things I was looking at is that paper had a thing where they were talking about the temperature and the wind and the humidity, and they were saying that you actually get more ice when it's slightly less than freezing, so that you get melting, but the airflow causes the airflow going below the bridge and above it causes it to kind of like smooth out and make a slicker ice. And so I've got that. A lot of right now is like front end, right? It's like you're trying to get the web pages working. Charles, hey, this is interesting. What language are you mainly using? So right now we're more focused on JavaScript. When we do the ML stuff, it'll be more Python oriented. But like I said, right now it's mostly JavaScript, and we're trying to keep it simple. JavaScript, CSS, not using Bootstrap or anything, just writing your own CSS to do it. You can look at the websites. You can see you can pull the source down. You can see how they are. That's that kind of goal. And you can look at the little web app projects that are there. I didn't know anything about front end when I started doing this, so I'm trying to keep it simple. And JavaScript is like the lingua franca, right? So that's that. Thanks. So anyway, so I guess that's all the questions. Thank you for allowing me to talk to you guys, and thank you for showing up to CarolinaCon. CarolinaCon is my favorite con. I said I first started coming here maybe 2015, maybe no, actually maybe before that. I did the first one I did was when they were over in Chapel Hill at like the Holiday Inn. I think that was 2007 or 6 now that I'm thinking about it. It was a long time ago. So I guess that's that. Uh, yeah, indeed. Thank you, Imtages. I advertise every meeting on Sundays. We have like a little organizer meeting, and I throw in the meeting URLs for the day in the DC 919 Slack channel. If you ever monitor there. And I even met once with the DC 919 back when they were meeting at the Durham County Extension Library, which is over here in RTP. I've been there a couple of times and talked, trying to gather interest and stuff.
Well, thank you so much, Chris, for your talk. Really enjoyed
John.
it. So if anybody has any later questions, will they best place to reach you just in Discord?
Yeah, you can contact me here during the conference. My email is Dave. I'll send it. I'll put it up here real quick. davisjf@gmail.com. I'm pretty open, and like I said, absolute beginner mindset, and just send me an email. No worries. I'd love to talk to you. Love to help you along your developer journey.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'll leave the stage and enjoy the conference, folks. It looks good.
So our next talk is fuzzing, finding your own bugs and 0 days. In this talk, you'll learn about different fuzzing techniques and be walked through how to create a fuzzer, types of fuzzers, and targeting. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Rodolfo. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Horner. I am a cybersecurity engineer with Triaxiom Security,
Actually,
which
I'm
is a
sorry,
consultancy based in Charlotte. Now, as a pen tester, part of my job is to run social engineering exercises for our clients. And to be
This talk
successful at
will
that,
be...
I look for information that I can use that will make my communication during those engagements appear to be more authentic, and that can be used to create further attack vectors. Now, these are the same tactics that a bad actor will use in order to gain personal information on their targets as well. So it's important to be aware of these tactics and how they work so we can protect ourselves and our loved ones when being online. So this presentation is not to scare anyone. I don't believe in scare tactics. I don't think they work. What I do believe in, though, is to be aware so that we can all make calculated choices about what we want to allow to be disclosed about us that can ultimately affect our lives. Think of it as our own personal risk model, if you will. So today we're going to
This talk will be on YouTube. We'll have to investigate getting it. This talk will be on YouTube. We'll have to investigate getting it relayed in Discord. Hopefully, we'll get that figured out in a second. But without further ado, this is Protecting Yourself from People Like Me from Chris Horner. And I'll turn it over.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Horner. I am a cybersecurity engineer with Triaxiom Security, which is a consultancy based in Charlotte. Now, as a pen tester, part of my job is to run social engineering exercises for our clients. And to be successful at that, I look for information that I can use that will make my communication during those engagements appear to be more authentic, and they can be used to create further attack vectors. Now, these are the same tactics that a bad actor will use in order to gain personal information on their targets as well. So it's important to be aware of these tactics and how they work so we can protect ourselves and our loved ones when being online. So this presentation is not to scare anyone. I don't believe in scare tactics. I don't think they work. What I do believe in, though, is to be aware so that we can all make calculated choices about what we want to allow to be disclosed about us that can ultimately affect our lives. Think of it as our own personal risk model, if you will. So today we're going to cover 4 key things. We're going to cover OSINT. We're going to look at what people can see about us online. How do people find all of this out? But most importantly, how we can take back a measure of control of this information too. So let's start with OSINT. OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence. This just means publicly available information where no hacking is required to access it. Now, this information is collected and analyzed piece by piece. Information from multiple sites is pieced together to craft even more specific searches. Think of it like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Now, if you have one piece of a puzzle, each piece on its own means little. But when you start putting these pieces together, the picture starts to become clear. And each piece that you put in place gives clues as to where other pieces fit into the puzzle. Eventually, you have a complete picture. That's basically the process of collecting OSINT information. So how do people find out this information? Well, it literally just starts with the web browser. The first thing people will probably look at is a person's social media profiles and their posts. Everybody likes talking about their interests, but do the conversations give hints to things like passwords, for example? Family names, hobbies, things of that sort. Does the person have a cute and unique username that they think is really clever and that they're proud of and they use it everywhere? That's awesome. Hobbies, just also understand something like that can make it even easier to narrow down search results and uncover even more personal information. That's awesome. Now, 90% of the information that's on the internet is part of the deep web. Deep web, of course, is different than the dark web. Deep web just means it is not indexed by search engines, but that does not mean the information isn't accessible when you know where to look. So places like the Wayback Machine or public databases contain all sorts of information. One of my favorite examples of this is county or state tax records. If you know approximately where somebody lives, you can search for their property tax records. One of my favorite examples could be car, could be real estate, depends. But this can uncover all sorts of information. Recorded documents like deeds, license plates, what type of car they drive, their mortgage information. All of this can be sitting out there in the public domain. It varies again depending on the locale, but it can be alarming to see all of what is actually available. In the public domain. So some other types of information that people might be able to find out are addresses, current and previous, phone numbers, email addresses, even that AOL one that you forgot about 20 years ago, social media profiles, dates of birth, maiden names, relatives, neighbors, political affiliation, online reviews. Now that's a really interesting one because people love to give their opinion, right? Just also understand that gives insight into places that they frequent and other interests that they have. It can also let people know what kind of items that you own. If you have something valuable or rare and you're talking about it on an internet forum or a Facebook group, that can be combined with this other information that we just talked about, and you can kind of see where that could go. Now, this applies to business information too. On one pen test, we had a repeat client that wanted something different this time. I was able to figure out what kind of HR software the company was using. And how did I do that? Well, I was looking for our client's logo. And one of the logos led back to this HR company's site. The reason it did is because our client had put a testimonial in place for that HR software company talking about how happy they were with the software. Well, that became a social engineering campaign. So I created a fake portal that looked like a login for this HR company. Spoiler alert, it worked. It worked really well. It worked because the employees saw something that they were already familiar with, and they were happy to log in to make sure that their account would transfer successfully to the upgraded system, because of course nobody wants their payroll disrupted. So when I was putting this presentation together, it occurred to me, of course, it's best to show, not tell, right? So I picked on some poor unfortunate soul that has the misfortune of sharing the same name as me. And this is what I was able to uncover about them: their age, their phone number, their email, social media profiles that belong to them, physical addresses, both current and previous, their relatives, even the name of their neighbors. Now, even taking this a step further, I was even able to find out how long he's lived at his house, what the approximate home value was, even his income, and aliases that he might have gone by before. Even on the other slides, you might have noticed that some of the information was already redacted. It said that it had to be unlocked. But once you figured out that you're onto the right person, you can go. The information is usually stored in multiple places, multiple sites, multiple aggregators. By comparing what you find on other sites with the information that you find on this one, for example, you can start to piece together different things, because they don't always redact the same information. So you can find one half of something and then another half. Now, here's the other crazy thing about this, and I am not exaggerating when I say this. When I found all of this information, it took me less than 10 minutes. It actually, and I mean literally, took me longer to redact all of these slides and put them into this presentation than it did to uncover this poor dude's information. Now, here is why all of this matters. Think about all of this information that we just looked at and put it in the context of, have you ever had to answer password reset questions? Think about what a lot of those common questions are, and a lot of those answers can be found in people's social media posts. Have you ever had to prove who you are to a credit bureau? Credit bureau especially. They will ask about previous addresses and even mortgage information to prove who you are. Stalkers, not to be sexist, but this can disproportionately affect women. This is the part of the presentation where I say, I'm very glad that this gets recorded, because I have teenage daughters who I care deeply about. So anybody who thinks about asking them out, I hope they take note of the speech, understand who I am and what I can do, because I am that dad. But joking aside, it's not just women that experience this. I personally experienced this at one point, and even though in my case it was more annoying than anything else, I completely understand many times it is a far more serious and even sometimes deadly experience for others, sadly. So it is not a light subject. Then there's bad actors tend to go for easy targets. The more information that's out there about somebody that they've got a fix on, the easier time they're going to have. Conversely, if they get frustrated because they can't figure anything out about this person, they'll move on to an easier target, of which, unfortunately, there are plenty. Finally, there is, did you agree to let all these sites aggregate your information in the first place? Well, spoiler alert, we kind of did, and we'll talk about that in a second. But once we understand that this information is out there and how it got out there, a lot of us probably would have made some different choices along the way. A sentiment that I hear frequently expressed is, well, if somebody wants to know all of that information about me, it says more about them than it does about me. And it can be common to feel that way, because most of us don't have anything to hide. Now, this particular still that's on this slide, this is from a movie called Anon, and it's this clip was shared with me at one point. It's about living in a super surveillance state where everything is recorded and accessible. Now, Amanda Seyfried's character here, she's actually learned how to disrupt the system and the algorithm, and she's not only figured out how to erase memories, but also how to stay invisible from the system in the first place. Clive Owen plays opposite of her. He's a cop. He asked her why it's so important to stay invisible, and this was her answer here. It's not that I have anything to hide. I have nothing that I want you to see. And that's really the point, isn't it? This doesn't mean you have to live like a prepper or a recluse, unless that's what you want to do. It doesn't mean hiding from everyone and never doing anything online, or being a paranoid conspiracy theory junkie, or staying off social media completely. The whole point, again, like was mentioned at the beginning of this, is awareness. The point is to be aware that this information is online, and then you can decide what your comfort level is with that. Now, before we talk about taking back control of this information, it's important to spend a moment to understand how this even became a thing in the first place. We're probably all familiar with the saying that if you're not paying for the product, then you are the product. So this information was collected together from numerous different sources. It was collected from rewards programs that we signed up for companies or stores that we frequent. Information came from social media posts. It was scraped from there. Games we might have played. Mailing lists that we're on, even the background data that our mobile apps leak, web browsing history, the cookies that are contained in there, our credit card transactions, online surveys we might have filled out, public records like we've already talked about. Now this information is collected by data brokers. It's all collected together and then sliced and diced up in about 87,000 different ways. It's then sold off to the highest bidder over and over and over and over and over again. So we did this to ourselves. We voluntarily gave up this information and agreed to let it be used because we didn't read the terms of service and things we're signing up for. We just want to save 40 cents on a loaf of bread that day. And all of that data collection is legal. About a year ago, John Oliver on his show Last Week Tonight did a deep dive into the data broker industry and exactly how it worked. 20 minutes long, it's available on YouTube. It's really good to kind of get a better idea of how all this works. And then, of course, in true John Oliver fashion, at the very end, he does something hysterical with it, which I won't spoil. So now that we know all of this is out there, the next logical question is, well, how do I get rid of this information? Well, the first step would be to Google yourself and see what sites your information is showing up on. If it's a site you don't want your information on, they will typically have an opt-out page. Now, they do not make this easy to find. A lot of times I had to Google the site's name as well as opt-out page in order to find that link. Because whenever you're asking for your information to be removed from there, now you're messing with their money. And of course, they don't like that. A lot of these services too will require a reason why you're asking to have your information removed. Now, some examples of reasons that they will accept is you work in law enforcement, for example, and so you're concerned about retaliation. Or if you've been the victim of stalking or harassment, that can be valid as well. Or the unfortunate victim of identity theft. Now, when I went through this process for myself, I tended to use stalking and identity theft. And at least in my case, I was never asked to actually prove it. If you have any qualms about stretching the truth in case none of these scenarios apply to you, just remember that Equifax lost control of all of our information and put us all at risk for identity theft. So thank you, Equifax. Now, this is a very tedious process and it requires a lot of vigilance. If you go through and do it manually, it can take months, depending on how long you've been live and how much information is out there. And it isn't enough to do it just once. I usually recommend checking a couple times a year because new services can pop up that didn't exist before when you did it. Or something may have been reactivated through a terms of service that you agreed to. So it's important to check a couple times a year to stay on top of it. And then finally, there's information leaked by our mobile apps. So when you're enabling an app on your device, actually look at the permissions that it's asking about, especially location tracking. Do those apps need as many permissions as they want you to believe to function right? I'll bet you they don't. So here's where you can have a little bit of fun with things. Now that you know what kind of information is out there and how it's collected, why not mess around with it? If you want to sign up for a certain rewards program, do they really need to know your actual date of birth? And do they really need to know your actual phone number? Are they going to check it? Probably not. So put misinformation out there intentionally and keep it out there. Personally, I like using April Fool's and August 29th, 1997 as my birthday. If you know why the August date is significant, congratulations. It means you're as nerdy as me. I've also altered the year of my birth and a couple decades in either direction. I do know that it works because every once in a while I get an ad for AARP in the mail, which I think is hilarious because I am not near that age. But it can work. So you can start taking back a measure of control of this information, make it harder to pinpoint you down, and you can start spinning the narrative back in your favor. So does all of this actually work? Yeah, it does. And here's how I know. Personal story. I didn't always live in North Carolina. I moved here from another state. And so growing up, I had some dear friends, and they had a milestone wedding anniversary coming up. And a friend of theirs knew that I was a good friend to them and was planning a surprise party and wanted to invite me. So she spent months, and I mean that literally, months, contacting all the Chris Horners in North Carolina, trying to track me down so she could invite me to this party. She was using all the methods that we talked about before, looking at public databases, trying to find me on social media, which I'm barely there anyway, and wasn't able to find me. She finally had to break down and ask the husband and the couple, okay, look, how do I get a hold of this guy? So, and why she needed the information. So once she got a hold of me, she told me the story, and I thought it was kind of cool that, yeah, this can actually work. Now, she wanted to use it for a good case scenario, but if somebody has malicious intentions, maybe you can kind of start to see how this could come in handy. So up to now, even with all that we've covered, we've just barely scratched the surface of this topic. Now we'll look at some resources if you find this really interesting and want to do a deeper dive. First, though, the standard issue disclaimer: neither myself or CarolinaCon or my employer, Triaxiom Security, care if you use these resources or not. There are numerous resources out there. These are just samples of ones that I found beneficial, but nobody here cares or benefits if you use them. So the first one I want to bring up is Heath Adams of TCM Security, more commonly known as a cyber mentor. He's got an entire course on OSINT. It's about 4.5 hours long. It's free. It's on his YouTube channel. And within the channel too, he has other shorter videos that discuss OSINT, how to look up information, and then he even has some challenges you can participate in to kind of test your skills on it too. Next up is Michael Bazell. He runs a website called inteltechniques.com. He also has a book called Extreme Privacy. Now this dude, he treats this topic like blood sport. Part of the free resources he offers is a list of the sites that aggregate the information, you know, where we looked at earlier, where I found all that information about the other person with the same name as me. But you can actually print this out and use it as a checklist to go through and check these sites yourself to see if the information is out there. That book, Extreme Privacy, What It Takes to Disappear, it's excellent. He gets extremely deep. How to disappear yet live in plain sight and enjoy a normal life. He covers burner phones, prepaid cards, even hiding real estate ownership from prying eyes. Not tax people, not the government, but people that don't have a reason to know. His clients tend to be super high profile individuals, and this book is basically the playbook he uses to keep them anonymous. He also added another book as well, all about creating a private mobile device. Very good information, excellent resource to look at. There's also joindeleteme.com. Now this is a paid service, and again, I must stress, there is no affiliation to myself or CarolinaCon or my employer. One of the very first versions I gave of this presentation was delivered to the meetup group Queen City Security, and a member of that group was the one who actually told me about this service, and they seem very happy with it. They use it. And other conversations I've had with people in the meantime, they seem to be very happy with it too. What Delete Me does is it automates the deletion of this information from these aggregate sites, and it takes the tediousness out of the process. That said, their website is a great resource, and they offer advice on doing it yourself. They even offer a do-it-yourself opt-out guide, and that part is completely free to use. So because of that, I've chosen to include them here as well. Now, if you really get into this subject and you want to try your hand out at it without being branded as a stalker, and do a little bit of good in the community, check out tracelabs.org. Their mission is to reunite missing persons with their loved ones, and they offer training to level up your OSINT skills. So if you want to try your hand out at it, check this out. This is a good legal way to do it. And that's what I have for you today. So I really appreciate your time and attention today. And remember, while most of us here are already interested in maintaining security and privacy, I do hope that you found some valuable takeaways that you can use for your personal situation and those of your loved ones. Most of the people in our circles, they're not even aware that all of this goes on behind the scenes. And as security professionals, we're known in our respective circles as the experts. And I always say it takes a village, so it's important that we look out for our families and our friends to help them stay safe online and make good decisions there. I'm always happy to connect with other professionals. I can be found on LinkedIn under Chris M. Horner. My conversation and posts there tend to revolve around cybersecurity, OSINT, and sports cards that I can't afford. So happy to connect with you. Again, I do thank you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks so much for your talk, Chris. If anybody has any questions for him, he goes by Agent Smith in Discord. So just at him, and I'm sure he'll get back to you pretty quick. Our next talk is at 2:50, so I will see you all then.
down to brown paper, 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 paper. Built on a frame that'll hold and won't puncture. New configuration, new width and new structure. Yes, another rougher tough form. of brown paper, 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 paper.
Hi everyone. Our next talk is Fuzzing, Finding Your Own Bugs in 0 Days by Rolodex. Without further ado, I will turn it over.
Hello, CarolinaCon. Welcome aboard at my talk. My talk is called Fuzzing, Finding Your Own Bugs in 0 Days. My name is Rodolfo Concurdi. Instructor of IT, consultant of information security throughout 30 years. I'm certified ethical hacker by the Council. I already gave talks at Hack in the Box, Eco Party, Arab Security Conference, Mortar Relucon, Reddit Team Village, StackConf, besides Athens, besides attacks, etc. I'm author at Hack9 magazine about Stack Overflow and Pentest magazine about the cover channel from fuzzy to get a shell, from a C8 override to get a shell. I leave here my LinkedIn profile and my email for who wants to take out some doubts with me. You can write me and I'll take out your doubts. Our agenda. We will learn about the fuzzing. We will learn types of targets, type of attacks, types of fuzzers, buffer overflow. Do we have a POC? Types of targets might be protocol, application, file format. Protocol, FTP, POP2, SMTP, Telnet, anyone, any protocol. Application, any input of any application. File format, any file format, MP3, MTU, MP4 for test the software readers. Types of attacks. Furthers would try combinations of attacks on numbers, shards, metadata, pure binary sequence. Is sent for the target one list with sequence of dangerous string. Again, is sent for the target one list with sequence of dangerous string. And here we have some examples of dangerous strings. Types of fuzzers. Might be double smart fuzzing, dumb, any string combination, smart fuzzing. Smart fuzzers are programmed with knowledge of the input format, a protocol definition, or rules for a file format. Smart fuzzers might be mutations, generations, or evolutionary. Smart fuzzers is a complex subject and they deal our little time with this talk. I want getting in depth with this subject about smart fuzzing, but I leave here a link of InfoSec Institute and Imperva with more information about smart fuzzing. Here we have more information about smart fuzzing, information about mutations, generations, evolutionary. For who want to read more about smart fuzzing later. Buffer overflow. Buffer overflow is an anomaly where a program, while writing data to a buffer, overruns the buffer's boundaries and overrides adjacent memory locations. Might be RIP-based and stack-based. RIP-based. Place in the memory which locate a lot amount of data and dynamically. Stack-based. Allocate a limited or fixed size of data, such as data from local variables or functions. Here we have a buffer overflow code example. In this code example, we have buffers, shards with size 5 size bytes. Well, what's problem with this code? This problem is that this code don't verify what it should do if you use insert more than 5 bytes. Then, if you use insert more than 5 bytes, this software will get a crash due a stack overflow. Again, this code buffer char 5 bytes. Don't verify what should you do if you use insert more than 5 bytes. So if you use insert more than 5 bytes, this software will get a crash due a stack overflow. Due a overflow in stack. Here we have an image of stack overflow. We have a right image and a left image. In right image we have 150 A's. In the left images we have 11 A's. As we can see, we have in right images a lot amount of character A's. This character A's overwrite the register ESP, ESP and the register EBP. The character A overwrite the register ESP and the register EBP. So occur here a stack overflow. Overflow in the stack, as we can see in this image, right image, we have here a overflow in stack. Now we have a POC. Discover input format to realize the first. Example of the protocol POP3. Here we have a Python script of fuzzing. Here we have a variable buffer with equals character A, color equals 100, color equals color plus 200, and we have here connect IP against the port 110. And we have here come the user, come the path. What the code, this script will do? This script you send the command user, command path. In the command path we have plus string, and we have here string in buffer, and the buffer equals A. So you will send in command path a lot amount of character A. So again, we'll send in command path, a lot amount of character A. This command user command path is specified in this document RFC 1081. This document RFC 1081 is document for protocol POP3. Each protocol has your own document. Each protocol uses your own command. Again, which protocol uses your own command? In this case of protocol POP3, make use of command user command path. And in our script, we will send the command path plus string, we will send the command path a lot amount of character A, because path plus string in buffers equal A. We will send the command path a lot amount of character A. Here we have a vulnerable software to download. We have a link of vulnerable software to download. Let's see the video POC. Let's see the video POC. Let's run the nmap against the target IP. We have a port 110 as open. Here we have a fuzzing Python script, buffer equals A, color equals 100, for string in buffer. you send in command user, command pass, in command pass you send string in buffer string A against the target IP in port 110. So we will send a lot amount of character A in command pass against this target IP in port 110. Let's run the Python fuzzy script. And now let's run the nmap port scanner again. And as we can see, the port 110 is down. The port 110 is down. So work the Python fuzzy script. So now we will use this vulnerable software. Here we have a link of ASX to MP3 converter. This is a vulnerable software that we will use in the next POC. Let's see the next POC. I'll explain step by step. In this POC, we will learn how to write your own exploit code for get a shell in vulnerable software, get a reverse shell in vulnerable software. Let's open the exploit code. We have a variable buffer size 50,000, my buffer. We have a lot amount of characters. We will send against the target this a lot amount of characters. This a lot amount of characters was generated by two pattern create. We will send against the target against the vulnerable software. We will load in this vulnerable software. It's a lot amount of character that was generated by two pattern create. Let's use a two pattern create. Pattern create -l the link 50,000. Let's copy this a lot amount of characters and paste in our exploit code. And paste in our exploit code. Let's save our exploit code. Let's compile our exploit code. Exploit code in Perl. So let's move our compiled exploit code to a desktop. To the desktop. And let's copy the compiled exploit code to a victim VM. Let's open the Munity debugger and let's start the vulnerable software. Let's attach the vulnerable software file, attach the vulnerable software in Munere Debugger. The software is paused. Let's click in button run. Let's load the compiled exploit code in our vulnerable software. Then we get a crash, we get a stack overflow. As we can see, we have register ISP, we have in register ISP our overflow, our lot amount of characters. We have here a stack overflow. Now we're using a parent offset to find the offset of the register EIP. Parent offset -L the link 50,000-key 79533579. So let's understand what's the function of register EIP. The register EIP has the function indicate the next address that the processor, the CPU, will execute. Again, the register EIP has the function indicate the next address that the processor, our CPU, will execute. So now we need to find the offset of register EIP. Register EIP indicates the next address that the CPU will execute. We found the offset 35,056. Let's open our exploit code. We have a variable buff size 50,000, variable junk x41. X41 means character A multiplied by 35,056. So this indicates that we will fill up 35,056 with character A. We will fill with character A up 35,056. And now here we have a variable EIP with jump ISP. So now we need to get a control of register EIP. We found the offset of register EIP because we need to get a control of register EIP. In register EIP, we will put an expression, an address. We put an address that make jump ISP. For make a jump from EIP to ISP, in ISP we put our shell code to get a reverse shell. So again, we get a control of register EIP. Register EIP indicates the next address that the CPU will execute. We get a control register EIP. We will put a address in register EIP, address that make jump ISP. For make a jump from EIP to ISP, we put our shell code to get a reverse shell. let's type in command bar exclamation mona modules, exclamation mona modules. We need to find a module with secure mechanism as false, safe as SE8, ASLR, NX complete as false. We need to find a module with secure mechanism as false. And we found and we use a module msvols.dll. We use a module msvols.dll. This module has secure mechanisms as false. Now let's use a tool NASM shell for find opcode for jump ISP. Type in Metasploit Framework Tools exploit NASM shell jump ISP. Type in NASM shell jump ISP. For find a opcode for jump ISP. Because we need to find, we found the opcode FFE4. FFE4 is opcode for jump ISP. Because we need to find the address for jump ISP inside of the module msvols.dll. So let's type in command bar exclamation mona find exclamation mona find dash s search FFE4 search jump ISP, that means FFE4 means jump ISP, inside the module msvols.dll. And we found our address 01BA13 5B. 01BA13 5B is our address inside the msvols.dll. An address that it has opcode FFE4. FFE4 means jump ISP. We found a jump ISP inside the module msvols.dll. We found the jump ISP FFE4 inside the module msvols.dll. And we type variable IP 5B13BA01. 5B13BA01 is an address that make jump ISP. It's an address that make jump ISP. Now we put some values that are very sharp. We will load in our vulnerable software all these values from 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, etc. up FF inside our vulnerable software for see if it occurs some error. Let's understand better in our slide. Let's understand better what it means bad shards. Now we need to search for bad characters. Depending on the applications, type of vulnerability, and the protocols used, maybe certain characters which are considered bad and should not be used in your buffer or shellcode. One example of the bad characters is a 00. This character is considered bad because a null byte is also used to terminate a string copy operation, which would truncate our buffer whenever the null byte appears. So, has some characters. Has some characters that are considered bad for our software. For find these characters that are considered bad, we will load in our vulnerable software all these characters from 01 up FF for see if occurs some error. If occurs some error, that means that exist some bad characters. And we need to avoid bad characters when we will generate our shell code. we need to avoid our bad characters when we will generate our shell code. For don't occur error in execution of our shell code. For this, we will send all these characters from 01 up FF against the vulnerable software for see if occurs some error. Remember, we already know that 00 is a bad character. For this, we won't send the 00 because we already know that 00 is a bad character. So we have here variable exploit junk concatenate with IP concatenate with bad shards. Let's compile our exploit code. Let's move the compiled exploit code to a desktop. Let's restart the Munere debugger and click in button run to run the vulnerable software Munere debugger again. Let's copy our compiled exploit code to a victim VM. Right button, go to expression and put a breakpoint in 01BA135B. Put a breakpoint in 01BA135B. And we have here jump ISP. FFE4 is our opcode for jump ISP. Let's put a breakpoint in jump ISP to stop the flow of execution in jump ISP. Make a double click in jump ISP. Make a double click in jump ISP to put a breakpoint jump ISP to stop the flow of execution jump ISP. And load our compiled exploit code in vulnerable software. And we have flow of execution stopped in 01BA135B. As we can see in register IP, we have 01BA135B, 01BA135B. In register IP. Right button register ISP following dump. Let's see the content in dump content in register ISP. We have here 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, and we don't have 09, 08, 0B, 0C, 0D, 0E, 0F, etc. We have here some error because after 08 we have 000000. We have here some error because we have some bad characters inside in the middle of this values. We have here some bad characters because after 08 we don't have 09, 08, 0B, 0C, and etc. We have some bad characters here. I already know that our bad characters is a 0A. So let's erase our character 0A. 0A is our bad characters. So we have two bad characters. 00 and 0A. 00 and 0A. 00 and 0A is a bad characters. Let's save our exploit code and compile our exploit code again. Let's move our compiled exploit code to a desktop. Restart the Munity debugger. Click button run. Right button, go to expression. Find address for jump ISP 01 BA13 5B. It's add for jump ISP. Make a double click in jump ISP to put a breakpoint in jump ISP. Let's copy our compiled exploit code to a victim VM. And load our compiled exploit code in vulnerable software. And the flow of execution stopped in 01 BA13 5B register IP. Let's click right button register ISP, following dump. And now as we can see, we have here in register ISP 01, 02, 03, 05, 05, 06, 07, 08. And after 08, 09, 0B, 0C, 0D, 0E, 0F, 10, 11, 12, and 13, and etc. We have all the values, all the characters here. We don't have more error because the bad characters that was generating error was a 0A. Now we don't have more error because now we are avoiding a bad character 0A. Let's restart the Munity debugger. Now we already know that bad characters is 00 and 0A. Click button run. Now let's generate our payload, generate our shell code, avoiding a 00 and 0A. Right button, go to expression, find the 01 BA13 5B address, put a breakpoint in jump ISP address. Double click in FF4, double click in FF4 to put a breakpoint in jump ISP. Let's see our IP for make a reverse shell. Let's use a 2 MSF Venom. Let's use a 2 MSF Venom for generate our payload. Generate our payload to create a reverse shell. Let's type MSF Venom -P of payload Windows shell reverse TCP, any host, local IP, any port to get the connected back in port 555 F file per dash E encode shikataganai bed dash B avoid bed character 0800. Again, payload shall reverse CP and host local IP port 5555 dash F file per dash E encode shikataganai dash B avoid the bad characters 0800. So we have here our exploit code buff size 50,000 junk variable junk x41 character A multiplied by 3556 to get the count of register IP. Register IP with address 5B13B801 is an address to make a jump ISP. Some loops x90 multiplied by 10. Here we have some loops. Loops means no operations because do nothing. When the process of execution passes in loops, the CPU will do nothing. Because loops means no operations because do nothing. And after the process passes in loops, will arrive in shell and execute our reverse shell to get the connect back. So let's erase our old shell code and paste here our new shell code. Let's paste here our new shell code. Again, loops means no operations because do nothing. The flow of process will pass in loops and will do nothing, and after will execute our shell code to make a reverse shell for we get a connect back. Paste our new shell code. Here we have variable exploit equals junk concatenated with IP, concatenated with loops, concatenated with shell. So let's save our exploit code. Save our exploit code. Compile our exploit code per name of exploit code. We have a POC file. Let's move our POC file to a desktop. Now let's put a netcache to listen on port 5555 to get a connect back in port 5555. Let's copy our compiled exploit code POC file to a victim VM. And let's load our compiled exploit code POC file in our vulnerable software. Flow of execution stopped 01B813-5B. Let's click right button register ISP following dumping. And as we can see, we have here our noops 90, 90, 90, 90, our noops. And after our noops, we have here BA-B097. We have here BA-B097. D4 is our shell code. We have here our shell code. To make a reverse shell, we have here our shell code. Let's click in button run to continue flow of execution, and we get a reverse shell. We got a reverse shell. Let's see the IP config. Here we have IP of victim VM. Let's use a user hodocs and administrator. User hodoc and administrator. You see it, everyone. We got a reverse shell. So, you see it. We have here in these slides step by step of how you can write your own exploit code, how you can find your new vulnerability bugs and 0 days through of Python script, as I show in the first POC, and in the second POC we learned how you can write your own exploit code. We have in this slide step by step of how you can write your own exploit code. Is it, everyone? Now I open for the question. Thank you so much. Now I open for the question. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. If anybody has any questions, they can ask them in the CarolinaCon either Discord or Matrix. His username is Rodox. And our next talk will be at 3:40 in approximately 10 minutes, shining a light into the security black hole of IoT and OT by Void. See you then. Hi, everyone, again. Our next talk is shining a light into the security black hole of IoT and OT. This talk is about the Internet of Things and the rise of operational technology networks. Without further ado, I will turn it over to Voidstar.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to this talk on IoT and OT scanning. You might have seen this talk on the schedule with a slightly different title. I changed it at the last minute because I wanted a much cooler visual for what IoT and OT scanning is like. So you are in the right place if you're here to learn about IoT and OT scanning. So my name is Huxley Barbie. I'm the only Huxley Barbie you're ever going to meet. And I am the security evangelist at RunZero. You might know us from our previous name, which is Rumble Network Discovery. We changed our name in August of last year. I am also the lead organizer for B-Sides NYC, and I am really happy to be able to have a chance to speak here at CarolinaCon. I don't get to speak at my own conference, so I have to go to these other conferences to speak, so I really appreciate this opportunity from the organizers of CarolinaCon. So when we think of compute, our minds often go to laptops and servers and databases, and this is what we call IT devices. But this only represents a small number of chips that are manufactured. In fact, I saw one statistic that says 90% of chips are manufactured for embedded devices. Some of these embedded devices are IoT devices, which range in variety. We often like to joke that even coffee mugs and toothbrushes are now on the network. But IoT also includes more run-of-the-mill stuff like printers and cameras, home automation, and power supplies. And some other embedded devices are OT devices, operational technology devices, which operates our factories, water treatment facilities, oil refineries, gas pipelines, and all sorts of areas that our government considers to be critical infrastructure and key resources. Now, 2 points of clarification here. First, I'm using the term OT as a synonym for ICS, Industrial Control Systems. So if you hear me say OT, you can also think ICS. The second point here is that you're likely to hear about medical devices being referred to as IOMT, Internet of Medical Things. So you might think that medical devices belong to the IoT bucket. However, due to their role in our society and their usage patterns, they look a lot more like OT devices. So in this talk, medical goes into the OT bucket. And in this talk, we will focus on IoT and OT. Many of us are not familiar with OT, so I'll go over that first. And then I will talk about how it's an easy challenge for offensive security to attack OT environments. Then very briefly, I'll touch on what people do for defensive scanning. And next, I will discuss the novel idea of this talk, which is active scanning. And then finally, I will jump over to IoT for a quick look. Even though many OT environments are considered critical infrastructure and key resources, they are shockingly unprotected. But what is an OT device? Well, let's take a look. Well, there is a huge variety of devices in OT environments. It's not like in IT where most people have stock PCs or Macs and all the components are fairly modular. Rather, in OT, there are a lot of devices that are specially designed for certain purposes. And what we walk through here in this simple example is just an example. Just keep in mind that there could be quite a lot of divergence from what I am sharing here. So what we have is a water treatment tank. Contaminated water comes up from the left pipe and goes out the right pipe. You see 2 sensors attached to the right side of the tank. When the water is below the lower one, the right valve closes and the left pump starts pumping in dirty water. And when the water is higher than the higher sensor, the left pump stops. And then after an hour, after the water's been treated, the right valve then opens up and drains the tank. The pumps and the valves are called actuators. Out in the field, you might find integrated sensors and actuators instead of these separate devices. Again, there is a lot of variety in OT environments. The brains of the operation is a PLC. Again, there's a lot of variety in OT environments. So in an electrical plant, They might have IEDs instead of PLCs. IED stands for Intelligent Electrical Device. There's an HMI, which is a panel that a technician uses to adjust the behavior of the system through the PLC. So think of an HMI like a keypad or a touchpad with limited functionality. Just think of your thermostat in your house. It's that type of lockdown interface. PLCs are programmed with an engineer's workstation. This is an actual PC, so it's an IT device in the OT environment, and it is often running an older version of Windows, perhaps even Windows XP. And so what we have here is one system. At a site, you may have multiple of these, all coordinating with each other in what is known as a DCS, Distributed Control System. On the other hand, you might also have deployments of these OT systems that are spread out over a large geographic area, organized into what is known as a SCADA, Supervisory Control and Data Access. With SCADAs, you might have an RTU that allows you to relay between the PLC and some centralized control center back at headquarters. So this is a quick tour of how a small part of an OT environment might look like. Let's now have a look, see how securing OT environments is different from securing IT environments. In IT, we are concerned with movement of data, or controlling the movement of data, or limiting the movement of data. In OT, it's all about moving widgets and gears, moving things around. With IT devices, vendors release products with planned obsolescence, so it is expected that you would replace your tablet, your laptop, your phone every 3 to 5 years. But with OT devices, they are deployed for a much, much longer time. Conventional wisdom in our industry says that the pillars of concern for security are confidentiality and integrity and availability. And arguably, confidentiality is relatively more important than the other two. So think about an e-commerce company. If their site goes down, sure, that's a problem, but they won't get sued or fined for an outage. But if for some reason they were to lose customer PII, well, then they're definitely getting sued or fined. Now with OT, on the other hand, the most important concern is to make sure that there are no outages, right? So let me dig deeper into why availability is so important. So if this is a commercial organization like an oil refinery, then every minute that the plant is down is money lost. So their interest in availability is based on the impact to the business in real dollars. But also, many of these, if they are considered critical infrastructure, can also face fines if there's an outage. For example, when Colonial Pipeline was hit by ransomware and they had an outage, they were fined by FSMA for $1 million. If this is a governmental or a quasi-governmental organization, like a municipal water treatment facility, then there are politicians in power who want to avoid the bad press of outages. So these are some of the reasons why availability is more of a concern with OT environments. Nearly all IT devices run on one of these operating systems, which are all time-sharing operating systems. In OT, you'll find a lot of real-time operating systems instead, and there are a lot more of them. OT devices are programmed with languages like ladder diagram, function block diagram, and so on and so forth. OT devices are almost never updated and never patched. So remember what I said earlier. Availability is paramount. These organizations do not want to shut down for patching or updates. They also don't want to risk a failed update if the risk of a longer outage due to a failed update. Some of you might laugh here that I'm saying that IT devices are secure by design, and I don't disagree with you, but when compared to OT devices, it is true, because with OT field devices, there's basically no security at all. The moment you have access to a PLC, you have access to all the actuators and sensors. OT traffic is rarely encrypted, so traffic interception and modification is definitely a concern. And many OT devices don't even require authentications. And even if they do, there's usually no governance to remediate default users, default passwords, and default settings. So once you get access to a PLC, you own everything. IT devices have endpoint protection, like host-based firewalls and can be scanned by phone scanners. OT environments in some industries have started introducing security controls and making great improvements, but in other industries, there's basically no security controls at all. Traditionally, IT devices have some connection to the internet, but OT environments were kept separate. And this kind of explains some of the things I said before about, insecure by design and lack of security controls. It was okay, because if you wanted to compromise an OT device, you actually had to walk up to it. Traditionally, OT networks had their own protocols, but starting around 2005, you started seeing more and more of these OT networks getting overlaid on top of IP networks, and thereby reachable from the internet. And that one layer of protection of air gapping OT environments sort of came slowly, gradually falling down. What you have here is the Purdue model. It shows an ideal model of what an OT network should look like, where different levels of risk and controls are stratified for the sake of security. You see the sensors and actuators are in level 0. The PLCs are in level 1. HMIs are in layer 2 and 3. Each layer is supposed to only communicate with an adjacent layer, right? So layer 1 can communicate with layers 0 and 2, but not with layers 3, 4, 5, and 6. Between each layer, there is supposed to be one of two things. One would be physical separation, air gapping. But keep in mind, physical separation doesn't guarantee security. Stuxnet is a great example of how an attack can cross into an air gap environment. And as I said before, this is becoming less and less common as OT networks become accessible from the internet. The second thing that you might find between these layers is some sort of network security control, like a firewall or an IPS that adjudicates access across layer boundaries. But in reality, very few organizations ever achieve Purdue. So, if you were able to infiltrate into the higher layers, a secondary attack into the lower layers is shockingly easy. In fact, notice how the top layers are more IT-ish, while the lower layers are firmly OT. Compromising devices gets easier and easier as you move down the stack. The hardest part is actually infiltrating through the top. As you come down the stack, it's much easier to start escalating privileges or moving laterally. And once you do, you move swiftly over to layer 1, and once you're at layer 1, you have access to the crown jewels that are in layer 0. Sounds easy, right? Perhaps? Well, what if I told you that it's usually even easier than that? Wouldn't it be easier if you could just skip through all those top layers in that Purdue model and just go right to layer 1 over the internet? Well, yes. The answer is yes, it would be easier. Now, remember what I said earlier. No organization truly implements Purdue. Some organizations are very far from Purdue. And as you can see in this example, we have a PLC, layer 1, a PLC, directly connected to the internet. I didn't even have to log into Shodan for this particular search result. But why bother with Shodan? Why not just use Google with the proper dorks? These days, many PLCs have web interfaces for remote control. So you just log in over the internet. But how do you log in? What's the username and password? Remember what I said earlier. Many PLCs have default users, default passwords, and default settings. It's all right there. In fact, there's a CSV of this type of information from SCADA Strangelove. They're an independent group of InfoSec researchers that are focused on ICS and SCADA. But what if this particular PLC that you're looking at is not using a default password? Well, remember how earlier I said that OT devices are never updated or patched? Just head on over to the CISA website and find a vuln to exploit. More than likely, that vuln has not been patched. So now you might be thinking, well, OT devices are so different from IT devices. Will I need different type of tooling to exploit that vuln? The answer is no. You're good to go with your current tooling. So some of you at this point might be thinking, well, it's time for me to look again to see into my plan of going off grid, but I hope that I also impressed on all of you that there's a problem here with our critical infrastructure and key resources. Any organization with an OT environment needs to have a hard look at it. I was being cynical earlier about why organizations are so focused on availability, but that in no way discounts the importance of availability. Many of our lives depend on a steady flow of electricity or gasoline or pharmaceuticals or clean water. It behooves every security organization to dig into this. Getting a full inventory of your devices is arguably the first step in making sense of this. So how do we find all of our OT devices? Well, some organizations have tried in the past to scan OT environments with active scanners like Nmap or Nessus or Qualys, and these usually result in mass outages and financial loss, which is often not reported. For this reason, security teams usually use a passive network monitor to listen for traffic on switches via taps or a spam port. And as long as you're able to access the appropriate choke points, you'll be fine. But let's take a closer look at this. Suppose you have a SCADA system across multiple sites where all the communication is backhauled through the control center at headquarters. In this case, all the core or distribution switches are on hand at the headquarters, so at least you can see traffic from devices that communicate beyond their site. Now consider a scenario where site-to-site communication is not backhauled through the control center. This is operationally more efficient, but it also makes it much harder to set up a passive network monitor. If you have hundreds of sites, it will be impossible to get a full asset inventory. So by sticking with passive network monitor solutions instead of active scanning, security teams are inviting these issues. They are hard to deploy. Connecting to spam ports or taps at enough choke points is difficult to get done. Passive network monitors collect a lot of data, so you tend to get poor performance unless you have some high-powered hardware appliance. And so as you can imagine, they're expensive. And what do you get for all that money? Well, you can't inventory all the devices because you can't see the ones that are not communicating. The details that you gather are minimal, and fingerprinting is often wrong because you're limited to what you see on the wire. So let's dig into the reasons why active OT scanning has failed in the past. These reasons are also the basis of the 5 principles of active OT scanning. Scanners like Nmap and Nessus are use intentionally non-standard packets or unexpected payloads for fingerprinting. Have a look at packet 2053. This is known as a Christmas packet. Notice how the fin, the push, and the urgent flags are set to true. This is not a standard packet. And depending on the network stack, this might be handled, but what is often the case with OT devices is that they crash, or they reboot, or they freeze up. And the same is true higher up in the stack with application payloads. Programming for IT has had decades of innovation in the way our software is engineered and tested and released. And handling arbitrary input in a robust way through input checking and balance checking is a standard practice. With OT devices, the code was written to respond to someone pushing a button, not arbitrary input over the network. So unexpected payloads can also lead to reboots and freezes. Vulnerability scanners send security probes to detect vulnerabilities. By its very nature, it sends unexpected traffic. For the same reasons as the previous slide, OT devices may react erratically. Legacy vulnerability and network scanners can send large amounts of data or traffic to endpoints in a short amount of time. OT equipment may not have the processing power to handle heavy scan traffic, which causes slowdowns or freezes. But also, sometimes, active scan traffic can be too much for networking devices. So in this example, we have a pipeline in the middle of nowhere where you can't get fiber or DSL. Instead, they have to rely on phone service and a modem. And then you also have a pump that's in an even more remote location. This site has to communicate via radio through the pipeline site, piggybacking over the phone line. This is not the type of network that can support lots of scan traffic. The solution here is to make sure that you tune your scanner in at least 2 ways. First, by dialing down the total number of packets per second from your scanner. The second is to spread out the scan traffic across multiple devices. So rather than hitting each device sequentially with a ton of packets, instead you actively scan multiple devices at once, but less traffic to each device at any given time. Number 4, there are some devices where even standards compliant traffic can crash them. To handle these, it's important to avoid the type of fingerprinting you might find with Mmap or SynFP, where you try to capture all the necessary information at once. Rather, you start out with some super benign query to get some idea of what you're working with, and then you iteratively follow up with more in-depth queries when you know it's safe to proceed. The last principle here is to go slow and start small. And let's move on to IoT. One major problem with IoT scanning is they tend to have few listening ports, and they tend to be encrypted. So when all you see is an SSH port and an HTTPS port, it's tough to figure out what something really is. For that reason, naive scanners often identify IoT devices as just Linux boxes with little detail on what the thing actually is. Is it a coffee mug, or a lava lamp, or a washing machine, or is it a power supply? No idea. It all just looks like Linux. If you start looking deeper, you might be able to see the IoT platform that the device was built on, but you're still not getting a good sense of what the thing is. Fingerprinting IoT often involves a painstaking process of actually looking into payloads to find model-specific information that tells you what something is. And oftentimes this means contacting the device via HTTPS and parsing the response for telltale signs. Many IoT devices are prone to disruption as well. Similar to OT devices, they are coded to respond to buttons being pressed or somebody plugging something in. They are not tested to handle arbitrary input of strange network traffic. Again, like OT, there are devices that behave strangely, even with standards compliant traffic. Examples of this include serial to Ethernet connectors or print servers. In fact, we've seen printers out there that where if you send certain traffic on port 9001, it just starts spewing out paper. Now, right now, you might be thinking, okay, this isn't a big deal. Disrupting a network-enabled coffee mug just means you get a bad cup of coffee. But keep in mind that many of these IoT devices are valid attack vectors into our homes and businesses and have real impact on privacy. And it's no surprise that some of these devices are restricted under the National Defense Authorization Act, Section 889, which addresses a very real threat. I personally know of at least one organization that found an IoT camera that was making network connections to an IP address in China. Right? This is a Section 889 type of device. It was making a network connection to an IP address in China, even though they don't do any business with anyone in China. I'm sure there are many, many more instances of this. So it's important to get out there into your environments and figure out what you have on your network. The good news is the same 5 principles that we discussed for OT also work for IoT. So here's the parting thought. There was a time where you wouldn't do any of these things, but now you get into Ubers, you buy crypto, you all work from home. So maybe it's time to start considering doing active scans in your OT environment, governed by the 5 principles that I discussed earlier. All right. I would love if you all would connect with me in whichever way you like to connect. You can email me, or you can connect with me on social media. And also, there's some links over here on the right if you want to learn more about OT security. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Huxley, for your awesome talk. If anybody wants to contact him, do know that he is Voidstar in the Discord. Our next talk starts at 4:30, and it is the Hashcat Factory by El Rey. It will be live. See you then.
One day some of the kids from the
Here come the drums. Here come the drums.
Dreadman. Truly great, 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 great. come calling. This is Dreadman. Truly great.
talk about Rasta. Man have to die if man live.
Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy, yeah man. Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy, yeah man. Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy, yeah man. Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy, now watch this. Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy, yeah man. Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy, yeah man. Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy, yeah man. Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy.
Alright, can you hear me? Testing, testing. Okay, cool. Okay, good to know. Gen 3. Try and share my screen. You all see that?
Original bad boy, original bad boy, original bad boy, yeah man. Original bad boy,
I've heard that people can hear me. Can they also see the presentation now? Okay, cool. Should I go ahead and get started, or? Also, if you wanted to be able to interact with the presentation live, that first link will take you to the live presentation if you just type that into a browser. And then the second link will have all of my speaker notes in it once I finish up the presentation. I just have to change a setting. Didn't want you all getting a sneak peek before I finished.
Welcome back, everyone. The next talk is The Hashcat Factory by El Rey. So without further ado, I'll turn it over.
Awesome. So, as Gen 3 had said, this is the cat factory. I mean, the Hashcat Factory. So the first link, if you do want to follow live with the presentation, you can go to that. And then the second link is where the slides will be afterwards, and it'll have my speaker notes as well. But for right now, they're turned off. All right. I did want to do a shout out. Blue Lotus is the person that made this logo, and I think it's dope as hell. It's using my company's logo and then Hashcat, and she made the Hashcat logo, and she made everything else. So I think it looks awesome. So I just wanted to give her a shout out real quick. Oh, sorry, Blue Lotus Tech 03, not Blue Lotus. All right. So essentially, who am I? I've had IT experience for 5 years. People always talk about how many years of experience they have, but that doesn't always mean that you actually are doing fun and enjoyable things. So I have, I've been doing some really fun things for the past 5 years here at Secure Ideas, which is where I work. And while I work there, I am a pen tester, operations person, and developer, pretty much in that order as to my time allocation. So that's where I work. And some community. Professionally Evil is the open moniker for Secure Ideas. And then 49 Security Division is where I kind of got my start at for security, and just wanted to give them a shout out since they're in the Charlotte area and helped keep this thing running back in the day. And I mean, all the people running it now are 49th, or previous 49th people at least. So just wanted to give them a shout out as well. All right, so an overview of the issue is whenever it comes to password cracking servers, the stability can sometimes vary. I had a conversation with Netmux, the person who created the Hashcrack password cracking manual book. We were talking at a B-Sides a couple years ago, and we were both talking about how fragile cracking servers tend to be. It could be from a variety of reasons, that the operating system that you're using has updates that end up breaking things, or there's a kernel optimization that ends up getting patched for some reason. There's NVIDIA upgrades that go awry or just don't work properly with your GPUs that you have in your system. So one of the examples specifically for Kali that I've dealt with in the past is that they released a package of OpenVPN 2.6, which ended up breaking almost, well, quite a few people's configs because there was a breaking change in it. They ended up rolling it back, well, back/forward, because whenever it comes to semantic versioning, you have to go forward for it to pick up the new image. But they rolled that change back. But I can't really blame them because they're based off of Debian testing, so Debian tests things with that operating system. So it's just something to be cognizant of and making sure that you have a plan in case that does happen. NVIDIA drivers, the ones that I've used whenever I've been using Kali for the operating system to run Hashcat, those have been really stable overall. But they don't have the most recent versions. So the links for the NVIDIA repos, how to set it up, and the actual repos themselves are down at the bottom. If you're at the live presentation, you can actually click on them to take you to those pages. You'll be able to get the links to this afterwards anyways as well. But shout out to Travis, one of my coworkers. He told me about the blog post, and it's a really streamlined way for you to actually have like Debian or RHEL-based distributions and be able to get really up-to-date releases of the GPU drivers. So the one thing with that is that since you are getting it from upstream, that means that you're not getting as much testing as whenever you have them coming from the actual repository for the operating system. That's what those stars are for, because you're essentially wading into a beta testing area of using their NVIDIA drivers. So there might be upgrades or incompatibilities that end up screwing things up. So you are warned. So next thing is what happens whenever you need to recover and you're using a bare metal machine. Hopefully your computer doesn't look like that, but whenever you're using a bare metal machine and there is some type of operating system upgrade that goes awry, how do you have a backup or a restoration process so that we can get back to a working state? And crossing your fingers and just removing the package does not count in my book. Although I have done it plenty of times, it's not what I would recommend. So the next thing specifically for me while I've been working at security is that I've been a remote employee my entire tenure here. And whenever there's a server that is in Jacksonville, Florida, it is a little hard for me to access it from North Carolina whenever I don't have some type of remote management interface or IPMI. So I typically ended up having to DM one of my coworkers and say, hey, can you turn the server on and off again? So this was a frequent situation that I had to deal with whenever I had not implemented the solution that I'm going to tell you about, because the server that we had ended up just crashing like at least once every month or every 2 months. And even with me looking the logs and trying to determine what was going on, I still could never really figure it out. After I'd implemented what I'm about to tell you about, I think we've maybe had one crash in the past 2 years. So it's been working pretty well so far. So one thing that you probably don't think of is that I'm going to be using this new technology that you've never probably heard about. It's called virtual machines. Okay, all right, maybe you've heard about them. Even though they're a really tried and true technology in the industry, and they're not really fancy or containers or anything like that, they actually work really well, and they help give you that level of separation between your actual host and the kernel that it's running, which in this specific instance is very important. And I say, well, kind of, because we're actually bridging host technology into the actual virtual machine. So we'll get into that a little bit later, but I've got a diagram to help kind of explain things. But essentially, we are using the virtual machine to help be like a more thick isolation layer between the actual kernel modules that get installed for the GPU drivers and the actual host, which means that we can leave the host be pretty much vanilla OS. So I'll go ahead. These are kind of the overviews. In the speaker notes, I actually have links for all of the hardware for our old system and the new system. The new system just times 2 that because we ended up getting 2 of them. But from a hardware perspective, there's kind of, we're not going to cover a lot about the hardware. We're mainly going to be covering about the software. But there are some things that you need to make sure that you have if you do want to implement this solution. One, your hardware needs to be able to support virtualization technology, which, I mean, pretty much all hardware does nowadays. But just want to make sure you know. The other typical best practice is that however much video graphics RAM you have, you typically want to have that much actual RAM as well. It allows the actual like caching of the file system and loading of word lists and other things like that to really not be as much of a bottleneck as if you were more RAM constrained. Another important thing that I didn't know about until one of my coworkers had told me about it, who had built the original cracking machine that we had, was that there's actually a very specific style of GPU that you want to use whenever you are building a cracking rig. And the reason why is most of the third-party gaming cards end up having fans on top, which whenever you're trying to stack as many GPUs together, doesn't allow you to have any breathing room for them to actually cool off at all. So the style of GPU that you want to use is called a blower style, and it actually causes the air to get sucked out the back. And so that way it allows hot air to escape the machine instead of getting bounced around inside. Small detail, but really important to make sure that your hardware lasts as long as it can. One of the other things that I initially didn't have, and I was hell-bent to get it whenever we got these new servers, was some type of remote access. So IPMI is typically the one that a lot of people know, or iDRAC, or whatever the other ones were. But they are lifesavers because you can essentially reload an entire operating system remotely. And I did that quite often whenever we were benchmarking different operating systems for this setup and different types of setups and stuff like that. So it was imperative for me to be able to not be hampered by having to wait for one of my coworkers to go install an operating system. I could just reflash the entire operating system myself. So that was really helpful. So moving on to the bare metal OS, we ended up settling on Ubuntu because you don't want something that's too bleeding edge. You want it to be a bit more stable so that way you have a solid base. And whenever you have more bleeding edge operating system, or typically, in general, whenever I say operating systems during the presentation, I'm talking about Linux, not Unix, because FreeBSD has specific requirements that are not really easy to satisfy for this. So I'm specifically talking about Linux. So you want to do tube bleeding of an operating system because they actually can end up running into errors and issues with actually passing through the physical hardware because of the kernel modules needed. So you want to typically prefer something that has an LTS cycle or a long-term support, so that way it allows you to have kind of that buffer and let other people be beta testers while you're still running your actual cracking rig. Yeah. I didn't realize that there was that much of a difference in cooling solutions for GPUs either, Titan. And my coworker actually ended up finding out about it because of going to the Hashcat forums. And he just asked for guidance. And that was one of the big things that he said that was really important. The bare metal OS. So prefer something that has long-term support, so that way you can continue to run your actual cracking rig without issues, or without as much issues. Also, you don't want to have something too slow, because then you don't typically get as many kernel optimizations and support as much newer hardware whenever you do something that's a lot slower. So we chose not to use Debian specifically for that situation. That bare metal OS is going to end up being your fallback mechanism if the VM does ever actually fail. So it's really important to make sure that whatever you're using for that will just continuously run without issues. So for the cracking OS, we ended up settling on Kali, mainly because we're just doing like a minimum viable version of Kali. So we're using a specific image that I actually make. It's a Vagrant image that's hosted on Vagrant Cloud, and it's actually just installing SSH, and that's it. It doesn't even have Vim in it. You have to use Vi without having to install Vim. So it has no desktop, it has no offensive tools. The only thing it has is the VPN software that we use and the actual NVIDIA kernel drivers. So it literally is as minimal as it can be. The other reason why we chose Kali was that they're really cognizant of people wanting to use their machines and their operating system for password cracking. They actually published a blog that I ended up using to help develop this, the cracking VM specifically. So if I was doing a different operating system, they might not have as well-tested GPU drivers or as new as GPU drivers as Kali has, because it is more of a Debian testing, so it's more rolling than a lot more long-term support operating systems are. So, this is kind of like the overview of the solution. So originally, whenever I was meaning kind of to the actual virtual machines before, I thought about, well, Amazon and all the other clouds have some type of GPU, and so how are they doing that? Because typically whenever you get an Amazon EC2 instance in their cloud, it's some type of virtual machine. So this is a quote off of their website, and that's the link and also the Wayback Machine link for it. Essentially it's saying that while their specific hypervisor is different, which is AWS Nitro, they're actually using virtual machines and passing through host hardware to actually do GPU and performance-intensive tasks. So while they may have more proprietary optimizations in their situation, they are doing the same technique that I'm talking to you about today for serving up their GPUs. So it's a tried and well-tested implementation of utilizing GPUs. So Nitro in this explanation essentially means VMs, and I linked to the Nitro page as well. So like I had mentioned, we're using the Linux kernel, and in there we're using a specific technology, I guess, or technique that's called PCIe pass-through. And so what we're actually doing is we're taking the physical lanes that are on the hardware itself, and we're passing through that PCIe lane into the VM itself. So that allows us to have a physical graphics card be fed into the actual virtual machine. And that's more, this specific type of technique is typically more used with network interfaces. So you'll hear of people passing network interface, like actual physical network interfaces into VMs more than hearing about PCIe pass-through with a GPU specifically. So that's the technology that we're using under the hood in the Linux kernel for this. And then the technology stack that you install for the actual operating system is libvirt, QEMU, KVM. I'm just going to refer to it as the libvirt stack from now on. Libvirt is essentially the management software around QEMU and KVM. KVM is the kernel virtual machine, so it accelerates your actual virtual machines and makes them a lot more performant. And then QEMU is the actual hypervisor itself. So originally I actually did this because I didn't want to have to install Windows on my laptop. So I wanted to play video games, but I didn't want to have Windows on my laptop. And I actually have an external GPU, and I'm able to feed in my external GPU and have it passed over USB-C to my virtual machine that's on my laptop, and I can play Windows games that way. So it's really cool, and there's actually a lot of YouTubers out there that talk about this. You can typically just search like Windows 10 or Windows PCIe pass-through video games, and it typically comes up. And then anyone that knows me knows that I love to automate things, so I couldn't do this presentation without automating something. It makes my life easier and makes the rest of my coworkers' lives easier as well, because they don't have to know what I'm doing under the hood. All they have to do is click a button and it runs the automation for them. So the technology I'm using for that is Vagrant, for actually pulling down the Vagrant box that I create from another project that I have, and then having a deterministic configuration for that VM every single time it starts up. And then the other tool that I use to wrap around that and do the actual configuration management of the system is Ansible. So that's what I use for the automation. So here's kind of a visualization of what's going on and what we'll be doing, or what we'll be displaying in the video. And if you do have any questions, feel free to ask. I realize I'm more than halfway in and didn't think about or mentioning it sooner, but definitely feel free to ask, because I know this is a dense topic, and if it's confusing at all, I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability. So this is a visualization, and the laptop here essentially is just there for actually running our Ansible, and then it communicates over this is specifically what I was doing. So it's communicating over a VPN to install all of the necessary software on the bare metal server, the Ubuntu bare metal server. And from there, it installs Vagrant. It installs the VM software, so the libvirt stack. It pre-computes all the information necessary to do the actual PCIe pass-through. And then it also performs the actual PCIe pass-through with reboots in between to make sure that things are getting properly loaded. So it will do all of the minimum necessary things to actually get PCIe pass-through prepared for your VM to start up after it reboots. The other thing that I was doing, or that I'm doing, is I'm installing Hashcat on the actual bare metal server, because what you'll come to understand in a little bit later is that I'm trying to keep the cracking VM to have as little to do as possible. It is essentially an ephemeral host and can be blown away at any time, and I can restand it back up at any time, and not lose any of the information that's inside of it. So I actually install the tools that I need to compile Hashcat, and I clone their Hashcat repository, so that way I'm getting the most recent version of that. So I clone that down, install the tools for it, compile and build it, and that's all in preparation for essentially that NFS share where it's right next to it. This part right here. So that is all the persistent data that's needed inside of the VM. So we specifically actually just wipe out the whole /root folder, not like slash as in the root folder, but /root, like ROT. Just to clarify, we're not RM Tech RFing our machines. But we actually end up removing that whole folder, and that entire folder lives on the NFS share. And since it is just kind of a local network connection, there's not very much bottle constraint, or there's not very much network constraint there, because it's literally just a virtual interface that the device has created internally of itself. So we haven't seen any issues, at least. So then I'm also passing through the hashcat binary itself, and I'm not doing it in this demonstration, but I pass through a VPN config and everything that's needed to get it on the VPN as well. So that way, whenever it starts up, I can actually, for my work, we just do all the provisioning over the VPN. But in this situation, we're actually going to just use the bare metal server as a jump host, and we're going to install everything that we need through the bare metal server into the cracking VM. And so that moves to the actual cracking VM itself. And like I was mentioning before, we're literally just keeping it as minimal as possible. So we've got Kali and the NVIDIA kernel drivers. So we're just keeping it as lean and mean as possible. So, all right, next is the demo. Oh, let's see. Is there a reason you don't have the hashcat binary bundled in the cracking VM? So I could install it from Kali's repos, but even though Kali is Debian testing, they actually can still lag behind the hashcat releases by at least a few weeks to a few months. So I specifically just clone it into the actual bare metal server because I'm doing all of the development tools. I'm installing all of those development tools inside the bare metal server instead of the cracking VM. Just so that way I don't have to introduce any other types of variation that potentially Kali is going to cause things to screw up. The other thing is that Ubuntu is known to be a really stable operating system, so the tools that are used to build other tools has to be really stable and well trodden for people to be able to compile and distribute. So that's one of the other reasons why I prefer installing the tools in the bare metal OS of Ubuntu instead of Kali. So yeah, that's a good question though. And just to reiterate, if people don't know, is there a reason you don't have the hashcat binary bundled in the cracking VM? Is the question that Titan had mentioned. But that was my answer. Cool. So now to the actual demo. And I don't know how well this is going to work with trying to share my audio, but I guess we'll find out. Let me know if you guys can hear the audio once I start hitting play. If not, I'll just mute it and talk over it. Oh, I don't even hear the audio. What's going on with that? Oh, there we go. Could you all hear that? Or no? Okay. Alright, so I'll just talk over it then. So right now we're getting ready to start or launch the bare metal provisioning playbook. Go ahead and just try and... so this is an Ansible playbook that essentially installs all the necessary tools inside of the bare metal host. The tool we're using to run it is Ansible Navigator, and I've pre-configured the inventory for the actual machine. So it's inside of a configuration file that the inventory that I used is actually up there. The only thing you'll have to do is add the SSH config that I put at the bottom of that file in the repository. So all we're doing is running Ansible Navigator run and then the playbook. And Ansible Navigator is essentially just a nice TUI or terminal user interface that runs your playbook for you. So I'm going to mute that so that way. Well, actually. Alright. So now I started it and it's getting ready to start the plate or start running tasks. And before, right here, too far. This part is essentially like an overview of what playbooks are inside of this, what plays are inside of this playbook. Since we only have one play, you can actually just hit 0, indicated by the number up here. And once you hit 0, it'll actually essentially dive deeper into that playbook's output, which is what this looks like. So you can see the first one is in progress and it's just trying to gather facts. And so now you can see it says okay, and it's starting to proceed to the next ones. And the other thing was that changed will actually be true if that does change. It'll say false, or if it's blue, it'll skip. So now it's speeding up, so because this ended up taking like I think 5 or 10 minutes. So right there, I actually switched to the typical user interface that you would see whenever you're running Ansible. It's called, or whenever you're in that UI, you can do :stdout, std out, and hit enter, and it'll bring you to that view. Ansible Navigator is actually the way that Red Hat recommends that you develop playbooks and stuff, and it's a newer technology, so it's still taking time to figure out the kinks and get adopted. Cool. But I just wanted to bring that up real quick. So this was the only 2 things that are going to change on the entire host, and that's just saying that it started the first time that it started the actual VM from this Ansible playbook, and then it's running the provisioning scripts for the VM. So that's going to be the only things that have changed. And the reason why I did that was because, sorry, it's hard to hear myself talk and talk at the same time. The reason why I didn't wait for an entire thing is that just for brevity, essentially, because this ends up taking a long time too. This actual video was 30 minutes long, and I'd cut down all the time in between to only be like around 4 minutes. So that's why I didn't include like a fresh host to get all of the changes and stuff like that. So now that we've started up the VM on the actual host itself, we've already got our SSH config set up to where we can use that bare metal host as a jump host and automatically connect into the cracking VM host. So that's where our Kali machine resides. So this is starting the actual provisioning for the cracking or Kali/hashcat VM. And this is where it'll go in and install the NVIDIA drivers and everything else. So this one's going to have a lot more changed is true, because it's a completely fresh VM. I had destroyed it before running this playbook just to make sure it was completely fresh. So you can see that I'm installing different software. That was actually an FS client. And then I'm mounting NFS shares, and then didn't have to upgrade the system because it's a fresh image. We reboot to make sure that if it was updated, it has the most recent kernel information running. Then we blacklist the open source NVIDIA driver, Nouveau, so that way it doesn't conflict with NVIDIA's kernel driver. And then we reboot to make sure that the Nouveau driver is no longer loaded. And this is the part that takes a long time. There's only 3 packages that Kali says to install, but installs like a crap ton of information. And you can see it took around 8 minutes or 7 minutes. So now it's kind of just some more niceties and stuff like that on top of what we've already installed. One of the last things I end up doing is adding a hashcat wrapper, so that way my coworkers can just type hashcat, and it essentially just executes the executable that's in /op/hashcat, just to make sure that I don't conflict if for some reason they try to install hashcat and it doesn't wipe away the binary that I have there and stuff like that. So the other thing was that apparently one of my coworkers said that HC used to be an alias for hashcat, so I just symlinked to the actual wrapper. So you can see down here it says successful, so that shows you that it was successful. So this is us connected to the actual cracking machine, and this is how you can check to make sure that your NVIDIA driver has been loaded properly. And you can see what processes are running, so if hashcat was running, you would see it there. And then that hashcat I command shows you all of the backend interfaces you can use to crack passwords with. So these are the different GPUs that we have. So this was our old server with the NVIDIA GTX 980s. Well, get it out. There we go. Okay. All right. So that was the demo. And the actual code that I use for running everything is up here. I'll just go to that real quick. I use VS Code to develop it, if you didn't notice that from the video. And there's a specific way that I typically pin my Python dependencies. So I've got some special configuration set up, so that way, if you want to do the same thing, you can just do the exact same way. I'll work on getting a README in here. As you can see from the timestamps, it was a little late to the game to getting everything together. But these are the playbooks that we ran. Testing playbook is just there to check and make sure that you can make connections to the actual machines before you actually run each one of them. And then bare metal playbook and cracking VM playbook is what we already talked about. So this installs all the stuff for the bare metal machine. And this actually has a bunch of my custom Ansible roles that get installed from Ansible Galaxy, which is like the hosting provider for Ansible packages. So it installs all that stuff, installs Vagrant, Hashcat, does the PCIe pass-through for you, and has a template that comes with it for the Kali VM. So that way it dynamically grabs how much memory is on the host and gives about 80% to the VM, and takes all of the CPU cores that you have and subtracts 2 from it and gives all of that to the VM. And we'll get into this is technically one of the drawbacks of it as well, so we'll get into that in a second. Cool. So, comparison for running a bare metal host versus running the way that I'm mentioning how I think you should do it. There's a slight performance overhead because there is that virtualization interface that the machine is having to pass through. But overall, we didn't really see very significant results from that. There was maybe 1,000 or 2,000 mega hashes difference, which it really wasn't that much of a difference, even though it sounds like a lot. We were typically getting either the tens or the hundreds of thousands of mega hashes per second. So between 5 mega hashes is not that bad. So technically it is more complex because there's more moving parts. So technically there is more complexity. I do think that the automation helps offset that a little bit, but I wanted to bring up the negatives in case this isn't something that you're familiar with or you're comfortable with. The other thing, which is the one negative that I really hate about it, is that all of that compute ends up getting reserved for the actual VM. So on the host OS, it seems like it's constantly running at a high utilization because all of those resources are reserved and passed to the actual virtual machine. So while it sucks because it makes your machine run at a little bit higher, it's just it helps make things more reliable, like I mentioned below. It helps whenever you have to manage more than one server at a time because we're using the automation. So I actually manage 3 password cracking rigs right now, and I just run the same playbooks across all of them. One of the small things, but very important things that you didn't really see here was that in this PCIe pass-through playbook, there's actually a string based on your processor. So just very quickly, if you have an AMD processor, it's different than an Intel one for what that string needs to be. So slight difference, but as long as you know that and set it accordingly, then it'll do all of the work for you in the background. So the other thing that this brings is that it brings versatility. So if you did end up wanting to using one of the machines for ML or any other type of GPU intense task, you could essentially just spin down the cracking password, the password cracking VM, and just spin up a new VM with all of the information or all of the tools that you need for that task. So it helps that system be quite a bit more versatile versus it just being installed and potentially having to manage with all of the complexity and difficulty of all being on one system. So those are the positives in my thoughts. Have you tried running it on AWS / had any problem with cloud anti-fraud? I don't know about the last one, but I did look at a few talks about what running it on AWS would look like. The issue becomes, because it's someone else's infrastructure, is that you're billed per your usage. So there's quite a few times where we'll just let our password cracking machine keep going at hashes because we don't really have any issues with letting it continue to run. And say it takes 5 days for it to crack a single password hash, but that one hash ends up being the admin to the entire network, or domain admin's password or something like that. You then have to start weighing, like, what value do you get out of running your resources continuously in AWS versus the amount of money that you're going to end up getting charged, which makes things a lot more complicated. So from our perspective, since we already had a password cracking rig before, it was easier for us to justify because we've seen the returns of having a machine that we just let things run on and it ends up cracking passwords and ends up being really useful. And since we have 3 now, it's been really helpful that we've scaled that out a little bit. And we're actually looking into ways that you can run things in a bit more distributed. There's actually a web UI that you can use called Hashtopolis. And I haven't gotten around to actually installing it and using it for us yet, but I have messed around with it. I actually contributed the Docker Compose file into the repo because whenever I run that, I wanted to, since it's an actual application, I wanted to have it containerized and isolated. So there's other ways that you can kind of distribute work, which if you were running an AWS and you could spin up maybe a bunch of smaller nodes, but have a lot more compute because you're doing more, it might work out better. But it's always just a balance of, like, how much can the company justify letting that continue to run versus how much money they're going to get billed. So us having the physical infrastructure that we can invest into up front will then pay dividends in the long term because we don't have to worry about The only thing really you have to worry about is electrical bills at that point. So for us, I think that answers the question, but that's why we don't run it on AWS. And I will say, running on AWS, from what I saw, running it efficiently on AWS takes a lot of glue because you end up having to kick off a queue for a password, and then that spins up a machine, and then that machine pulls that password to crack to its system, and then after a certain amount of time there's another thing that kicks off a stop to tell it to stop, and then if it ends up not cracking the password, it's a whole lot. So to run it efficiently on AWS requires a lot more automation, at least from what I've seen. So that's something else to consider. Have you ever had a situation where you have multiple engagements where you have to run multiple cracking VMs on your system? So we typically end up doing one bare metal host per cracking VM. And the reason why we do that is so that way we can give it the most amount of resources. Because even if you spun up 2 VMs with the same amount of resources each, it would still effectively be the same amount of resources overall, because it's on the same shared host. So we have had multiple engagements where we're running, well, we always leave all of the servers running. That's just connected to the VPN. So we have 3 of them, and all 3 of them just stay connected at all times. And then any consultant that needs to crack a password just SSHs into them and does the password cracking. So, but very good question. If we were more distributed, I think, like if we had a lot more smaller machines or something like that, then I think what you're talking about would come into a little bit more play. But yeah. Yeah, he followed up with, gotcha, that makes sense. I was curious about scaling on individual bare metal, but that makes sense about the resource dedication. Yeah, just so that way we can essentially get the most bang for the buck for that cracking machine. I know I have 1 more minute left. Does anyone have any other questions? Awesome. I didn't put a link to my stuff, but if you want to get in touch with me, I'm just elray.casa/me. I'll put an HTTPS because Discord doesn't like my domain. That takes you to my bio where it links out to all of my different stuff. That's also where my blog is at. So if you're interested in that, you can go there. I have not blogged about this yet on my company's website or my company's blog, but I do plan on giving a more detailed, yeah, that too. There's the slides. And I'll make those the presenter site or the speaker notes available as well whenever you go to view them. So yeah, I think that's everything then.
Thanks so much, Elray.
Awesome. Stop that. Cool. Thank you for having me.
Anytime. Next up, our talk is Dynamic Database Credentials, a Secure and Efficient Approach by Harvey Carey.
Good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the conference. Welcome to Dynamic Database Credentials, a secure and efficient approach. My name is Harvey Carey. I'm a lead member of technical staff at AT&T in the Chief Security Office. I've been in cybersecurity most of my career and primarily focused around secure software development, data security, and secure architecture. My goal of this talk is to encourage everyone to think about how you're currently protecting your data asset. Within, are you already using dynamic accounts? Are you using static accounts, right? Which is, kind of the norm. That's what we've been doing for years. But, we need to look at what can we do better to reduce our risk. And every static account is an opportunity for compromise, right? So we want to limit the number of accounts we have in our database. So, in this day and age, I think data is one of the most valuable commodities we have. And, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that statement. A lot of effort goes into trying to get data, right? To get people's personal data. There's laws and regulations around protecting that data. And there can be pretty significant fines if you're not protecting that data properly. So we really need to try to step up our game. And we're also moving to the cloud at the same time. And so a lot of our networks are in hybrid mode, right? We're running some of our workloads inside in our private network, some of our workloads in public cloud. And, times we need to communicate with databases that are from one to the other. And, even if you're not in public cloud and you think, well, we just have our private network and we're good to go. If that network is connected to the internet, right, there's a risk there. If you have partners that connect into your network, right, so if you have like a VPN between you and a partner, you don't necessarily know their security practices, right? Hopefully you do, but you may not. And you may not know that their security practices aren't to your standards, right? So you have to consider that a potential vector of compromise. So you need to start looking at your networks as not being completely safe, right? So, 20 years ago, everybody thought, oh, I'm on my private network. It's my LAN, my WAN. It's all good. That really isn't the case today. And especially with IoT devices, right? So there's so many IoT devices on our LANs that, potentially put us at risk. And if you look at some compromises, at least one compromise, I'm sure many of you will recognize, but their HVAC contractor was compromised. And then when they plugged into their network, into their HVAC system, the Trojan or malware spread into their network, right? So that was intentional, right? Stuck next. Drop a USB drive, right? Somebody plugs it in, right? So our networks really are not safe anymore, and we need to treat them that way. And, that's where zero trust comes from, right? And this is a step towards, I think, zero trust, at least a piece of it. We're constantly under a state of attack. And, in the security industry, it's a lot of pressure, right? You have to be right 100% of the time. And the bad actor only has to be right once, right? Nobody knows about the, 20,000 attacks that you were able to successfully stop. They only know about the one you didn't. Our adversaries are using better tools than ever before. They're better funded than ever before. And many of them are state actors, right? And it's very hard to compete against a state actor. If you kind of translate this over to something more tangible, right? And you say, well, you have diamonds, maybe gold, right? And we take that and we lock that up in a safe. And there's a finite number of ways to attack a safe, right? You can perform social engineering and obtain the code for the safe, unlock it, right? Get in, take the stuff, close it back up. That's kind of, and the person who owns the safe may not know that you took stuff out of it yet. And that's kind of how it works with people getting into your network, right? As we'll see in a later part of this, that the dwell time is not in hours, that a bad actor is in somebody's network. So once a bad actor compromises network, the dwell time is not in hours, it's in days and weeks. And that's if you're really on top of your security, right? So, our personal data has never been a greater risk. And, I really don't think anybody's going to disagree. And we have to figure out, how can we do better, right? We don't want to be the ones in the news. So we're going to take a look at some of the biggest threats to our data, a couple high profile data breaches, some financial impacts. There are true financial impacts that companies experience from compromise. We're going to look at some enterprise level challenges and then look at how we can improve our security posture. And I have a small demo of one of the tools that we can use. It's not necessarily, like I said, I'm not here to promote any tool. So anything I use or talk about here, it's just a tool that's available. And there's multiple open source tools and cloud tools to support this capability. So some eye-opening stats and impacts. A total of 108.9 million accounts were breached in the third quarter of 2022. That's a 70% increase compared to the previous quarter. That is a lot of accounts. And some of them, there were some really big breaches, right? Which is how we got 108 million, almost 109 million in a single quarter. The top 5 countries and regions most affected by data breaches in Q3 of 2022 were Russia, France, Indonesia, US, and Spain. US has always been at the top, right? So currently Russia leads in terms of data breaches in each quarter of 2022. Throughout the last 10 years, the United States remained the single most breached country. And I think we all recognize that. We know that's the case. The situation only shifted at the start of 2022 after Russia attacked Ukraine. And then the attack on Russian accounts rose by 36% month over month, which is quite an increase. All right, so some of the biggest threats to data that we face are, lack of network-based security controls, right? As we'll see on a upcoming slide, a couple of the high-profile compromises were just simple controls that weren't put in place, right? Direct database access from remote applications, right? So for example, in public cloud, the default behavior is to connect to your database through public interface. That is certainly not something we do, but and the organizations treat everything on their internal network as secure and have little to no network isolations, right? So that's why I was saying, kind of in the opening, that we can't treat our networks like they're completely secure anymore. There's just too much risk involved. Credential management, weak password management and authentication schemes. And this is really where I think some of these tools can help us out. And they're in the fact that we can, one, not have these accounts sitting out there all the time, but also we can ensure certain password complexity. We can ensure no reuse. In the Azure example, I'm going to walk through. You actually get a token. It's a one-time token. Well, not a one-time token. It's a token that's good for a set number of hours. The default is 1. So, some of the biggest threats. Sorry. All right. So privilege threats, right? So, we all know about using least privilege or applying to that, right? So, if a user accidentally misuses access rights that were granted properly, I've had DBAs accidentally drop a table. That's never a good thing. When privileges associated with an account are used inappropriately or fraudulently, maliciously or accidentally, or when you give somebody access levels that they shouldn't have because you're not adhering to least privilege. And that happens generally when you're trying to give people access and they keep coming back to you saying, oh, I still can't do what I need to do. You're messing up my job, right? And then you just say, okay, fine, I'll give you select asterisk on, all tables. And then next thing you know, all right, they're pulling data out they shouldn't be, or you give them access to drop accidentally, and they end up dropping a table. System threats, and we're really not going to touch too much on this, but unpatched systems, including the underlying OS. This is just in here for completeness, and SQL injection and other types of vulnerabilities. So you need to make sure that your web interfaces to your databases are doing sanity checking and validating the data, right? I mean, it's pretty easy if in this day, if you are susceptible to the OWASP top 10, then you really, really need to rethink your program. Right? Nobody should ever be able to type in quote equals or 1 = 1 and successfully retrieve back some data out of your database. Some notable recent breaches: Cash App. Number of individuals impacted was 8.2 million. So in this case, a former employee had downloaded the Cash App reports with customer information, including names, account numbers. This occurred without permission after they no longer worked there, right? So they forgot to go back and remove the user's access. And this was in public cloud, which is why they were able to get to it. Had it been on a private network, unless they had VPN, right, they wouldn't be able to get to it. So it's really important to make sure your processes are there to remove account access. BeetleEye, there were 7 million impacted users, and it was misconfigured AWS S3 bucket, right? And there have been a lot of misconfigured AWS S3 buckets, and that is not a slight on AWS. It is not their fault. The tools are there, the security's there. The one problem with public cloud is that by default, it makes it open. And the problem is, if they make it secure by default, the less knowledgeable users are not going to be able to access their stuff, and then it's going to generate huge amounts of support tickets and phone calls. So in order to avoid that, because that would impact their bottom line, right, they make things a little too open. So I guess in that aspect, maybe a little bit on them, but they have recently gone through and started locking things down automatically on people in the S3 buckets because they're getting a little frustrated with this bad press. Some financial impacts. So impacts to consumers. There were almost 6 million total fraud and identity theft reports in 2021 at a cost of almost $6 billion to Americans. Impact on companies that experience a breach, right? So I'd said that there's a financial impact, a real financial impact to companies that experience a breach. Share prices fell 3.5% on average, approximately 110 market days following the breach. After 1 year, the share price fell on average 8.6%, which, depending on the size of your company, that's a huge amount. It really doesn't matter the size, right? A smaller company, 8.6% means as much to them as hundreds of millions of dollars to some large companies. There can also be legal issues, as we saw. There's a class action suit and possibly criminal charges, civil penalties. So some enterprise level challenges. Enterprise networks consist of tens of thousands of endpoints. Many enterprises utilize a multi-platform hybrid cloud model. Many different operating systems, many database types, Oracle, Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, right? I think certainly if you work in an enterprise environment, you recognize this. Large amounts of data to protect, a portion of which has legal or regulatory compliance. That is certainly something we deal with. In any company that has any financial constraints or works in that area, they're going to have requirements, right? I mean, Facebook has requirements about protecting people's data. All right, and sometimes there's audits, and there's always going to be a audit sometime, and you need to be able to validate that you're doing all the right things to try to protect these systems and this data. You can be fined for just not protecting, so you don't even have to have a compromise. But if you don't have the right protections in place, the right documentation, you can be fined for that. And these tools really help, and this methodology really helps to account for these regulatory compliance issues, as well as documentation of showing who has access and when they had access, and that you're not leaving that access in place. And another piece, and this is something that I am personally kind of dealing with, is that enterprise needs a way to scan their databases for compliance, right? So you need to know, where do we have PII data, where do we have PCI data? All right. So how can we do better? So as an industry, we need to move away from the days of having static, isolated database credentials and authentication. Those accounts end up sitting out there way too long. All right. So, we need to start transitioning to an account-free database model, right? Now, we all know that an account-free database is a database nobody can connect to, right? So there's obviously accounts in there, but we're talking about minimum number of accounts. And I would suggest that you can have 2 accounts, and that's it. One account that would be an emergency break glass DBA account, and an account that's used for your tool that's going to manage your users. Every user after that should be a short-lived user account. Any account or credential in the database should be short-lived, the lifespan in minutes, hours, days. And developers and operation team members no longer need to have access to the database or have accounts in the database constantly. When they need access, they can go request it. And that was actually the catalyst for me moving in this direction. I had DBAs who wanted access to the database, and I didn't really want to give it to them wide open, right? So they wanted it from their workstation sitting on our private network to our database sitting in cloud. And I wasn't comfortable with that because, once I opened that up, then, anybody on the enterprise can start trying to connect to that database. So for a non-public cloud solution, here's what we're looking at. So there's different open source tools out there. In this case, I'm using one called Vault. And the way it works is that you set up your database and you create a DBA account that you use to then configure a connection inside of Vault. And once you do that, you make that connection the first time to the database, and that username and credential. And it makes that connection. And this is why you need that second break glass account, depending on your situation, right? Because you can always get into a database, right? Postgres, you can go in and shut it down, change the HBA config file. So there's always a way to get back, but that would be quite drastic, especially if you're a large enterprise. So once you've created this connection, you actually run a command to rotate that root account. And what that does is that rotates the secret. At that point, nobody knows that secret for that account anymore except for this system. And it's encrypted. And I'm sure somebody from the company that writes it could probably get that password out. But they say there's no way to recover the password. So there may really be no way to recover that password. So that's the reason for having a second break glass account. So once that's in place, so that this account here, right, this is the account that's used for provisioning other users. So for example, if our DBA, or actually this example is for our analysis tool, data analysis, so for a scanner. So the scanner would connect and request credentials, and it would have a user and secret that it would do that with. And once it makes that request and it's validated, potentially, this system could be connected to, ideally, your authentication system. So AD, AAD, right? That way you don't have to manage multiple users. So once that's created, then it will, and you're validated, it will connect to the database, the target, create an account, and then return the account name and the secret back to the tool. The tool will then connect directly to the database. And once it's done doing its scan, so when the account was created, it'd be created with a certain duration, 6 hours, 12 hours. right? 1 hour, whatever makes sense, depending on what the scan is. At the end of that time, it would automatically, the system would log in and it would revoke those credentials. So now the account for the scanner is only in there as long as it needs to be. And we could do the same thing for our DBA users. All right, they can be that data analysis tool. They can run either through the UI or preferably through the API. Request an account, it'll return it, and we'll see that. I'm going to give a demo of this. It'll return the account to use the password, and then they could log in, and we could make that credential good for 10 hours, right? So they come in Monday morning, they go, hey, give me creds. They log into the database with them. They go home. Shortly after that, the credentials are deleted from the account. They come in Tuesday, don't need access to the database. They don't bother. There's no account in the database for them. All right, so this is how we can reduce the number of accounts in our database. So, the benefits is overall improved security of the infrastructure, since each database only has, 1 or 2 accounts in it. The credentials for the account are rotated on a predefined cadence. So when I said that, we create that admin account and then we immediately change its secret, we can set that up to change as often as we want. So we can have that secret change once a day, once a week, once a month, every hour, right? Every hour probably be a little crazy, but whatever frequency we want, right? We can control that. So for some databases, it may be a day. Other databases, it might be once a quarter, right? Every 3 months on the first, change the database, the root credential. That's very hard to do manually, right? But in this case, as it changes, since the Vault system is the one connecting, it always knows the password. So you can change it as often as you want. All the other passwords are dynamic, right? So, and the platform will create an opportunity to expand the solution to additional tools, right? So in this case, if we had 3 different data analysis, scanners, maybe one for PCI, one that's looking for credit card data or something, right? Whatever the case may be, or other users, all you have to do is potentially add them to a group. If your system is like authenticating to Azure AD or to your AD or AAD, you could potentially just add the user, the account to a group, and they would automatically have this access. So you wouldn't have to provision them. And that is where moving to this saves you money and time while increasing your security, right? Because I make this connection once for admin, for an administrative connection. After that, it doesn't matter how many people I have. I should be able to, as long as my system is authenticating to my standard authentication system, there's really no administration other than add them to a group. All right, so let's take a quick look at how this works. All right, so things are a little messy here, but I meant to have it cleared. So if I clear this, and so if we look in this database right now, we'll see that there's just a couple users. So there's one for me, there's the Postgres one, there's a read-only role, and then the Vault admin. So this Vault admin is the one that is currently used to authenticate, to create the user, and I have no idea what that password is. I've already rolled it. So, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out, right? So I'm going to log in here. Not as that user. Actually, I think I have this set up at the moment because it's local to Just Trust, but all right. Oops, 1 sec. All right. Sorry, test R1. All right. So if we look at the users, that's it. So now I'm going to come up here and I'm going to tell it to make a call to Vault API database cred read only. And what that's going to do is that's going to request an account get created for me in this database, and it will be part of the read only role. So I hit enter. So I get this back. So this is my username. This is my password. At the moment, the lease duration is 1 minute, and it's also renewable. So I can come in and say, you know what, renew that lease, right? If I come down here and hit DU, we're going to see here's the new user that was created, right? And that matches the username it gave me up here. And we can see that it's only valid till 1733.00. So if we do a select now, we're at 1732.30. So we got about 30 seconds left. And this account will automatically be removed. And this is the advantage of, keeping the minimal amount of accounts in your database at any given time. I don't think I can go less than a minute. So, all right, we got about 10 seconds left. Okay, it's gone, right? So if we do a select DU, we see it's passed. It's 1733. It was good till 1733, and now the user's gone, right? So with one simple command, your DBAs can do this, and your application would do this. And there's an HTTPS API that you can call, but this one's a little bit easier for demo purposes, right? All right. So, that's a model you can use really in public cloud or in your private network as well, right? That was an open source tool I used to do that. And if you just go out and do a search for dynamic database, you'll find a couple tools that are open source that you can look at using. Now, there's a Azure Active Directory solution. And so I'm going to kind of run through that. I don't have a demo of that just because of some of the changes they're making in time. If you're not aware, Microsoft has announced that they're moving MySQL single server and Postgres single server to retirement mode. MySQL, you can't create a new MySQL single server. So, and some of the changes they've made, I just didn't have a chance to get Postgres one up and working for this. But, there's really good documentation on the Azure site for this. So if you're in Azure, and there's similar capabilities in AWS, you can set up your database to use Azure Active Directory for authentication with whatever your database is. So it works with single server, which I don't suggest anybody use anymore, especially if you're moving to it. That would not be a good thing. You need to go to the flexible server. The one problem, at least for us, is that currently, the reason I'll have a demo for this, Postgres flexible server currently does not support private link connectivity. So it would have been really hard to do a demo of this. I would have had to build a second VM just to show the commands. So the way this works is that we have it next. All right, and then there's other database. So the way it works is you create an AAD group, and say you create one called, for your application. So if you had an application called widgets, you might create a group called widgets dash DBAs. You create a role in Postgres or MySQL. They work the same. All the databases work the same. So you create a role in the database that matches that name. So if I created widgets dash DBA in my Active Directory or my Azure Active Directory, I would create a role in the database called widgets-dba. And then, you turn on the Azure Active Directory, which is, if you're doing it in UI, it's clearly marked as you're building it. On the screen, it says, do you want to turn on Active Directory? You can do internal authentication only, internal and Active Directory, or Active Directory only. I would probably, at least if you're starting out of the gate, I would probably start with doing both, supporting both Active Directory and local. And especially if you want to kind of compare and contrast using this solution with a open source solution. So you add users to that AAD group, and this is really one of the nice pieces of this. And I kind of talked about with our open source solution, right? Our open source solution, we actually have a commercial solution that we connect to our AAD, and we use that in the same way, right? So like I said, we create a group, we add people, our users to the group, and you do the same thing here. So it's very similar. And the way it'll work is that, your computer, your user, your application will authenticate to Azure Active Directory. And, you may or may not be aware, but you can take a VM and assign a managed ID to it or a service principal. My suggestion is to go managed ID, just because a service principal, you have to manage the secret, and who wants to do that? With a managed ID, everything's handled for you in the background. And in this case, it'll work because you don't need to know the password. So you have to kind of use a service principal if you want to connect to something, and you need to know the password in order to accomplish that. So what happens is, you from your computer or a VM, right, that could be associated with a managed account, authenticates to Azure Active Directory, and then it runs the command. If you're running this on your system, AZ account get access token, and then when you go to log into the database, you log in as that role I said to create, and the group, right, which is widgets-dba. So your user is widgets-dba, and in Postgres specifically, there's no such thing as user anymore. Everything's a role, which are still users. So you connect with that user account, and you use the token that was given to you from Microsoft. I don't think I have an example of the token in here, but it's really, really long. So if you need to use this with like the PSQL command, you have to set the PG_data, because the token you get back is like more than 256 characters. It's too long to put on the command line. Even if you paste it in, it'll fail because the PSQL command will not accept a password of that length. So you have to do an export of PG_password and set it to the token. And by default, the token's good for 1 hour. I think they would get up to 24 hours. And I'm not sure if you can set them for longer than that. But the nice thing is that you have this role out there, which, is kind of like a user, but the fact is it isn't. And I could have 30 users in that group, but they all have to authenticate to AD. So I'm not dealing with a mechanism of authenticating to a database versus a mechanism authenticating to my AD or my AAD, right? Everything's authenticating to a single place. And to me, that's where we have to get, right? You really want single sign-on. So since there's no password associated with that role, it's very secure. And you can only get a token that will work with that role if you're in that group, right? So I think it's a pretty good model. You can do it with applications. Users can use it. With the application, just, if it's set to every hour, every 45 minutes, if you want, I know a couple people doing that. Every 45 minutes, they just go get a new token. I might go 55, but then again, you want a little bit of buffer there, and I don't think you pay for authentication requests. So, this is a model that gives us that capability of having very few or just a couple of accounts in a database, and improves our security and reduces our overhead, right? Because now we're just worrying about our AD users, and we're adding and removing people from groups. And what happens is, unlike the one company who's in a class action lawsuit because they didn't remove the users' permissions when they left the company, if they're in your AD and your process, and you have a process in place to automatically remove them, from AD, then you automatically remove them from their access to the database. And that right there, to me, is the key to improving your security, as well as reducing your overhead. So this is, I think I said in the beginning, to me, this is a case where we can actually say security and doing it better will reduce costs. Obviously, this is a topic that I'm very, passionate about. So hopefully that comes across. So, the benefits of using Active Directory for authentication with ACT, right? So ACT being MySQL, flexible server, Postgres flexible server, Microsoft SQL Server, right? And I think everybody would be able to guess that Microsoft SQL Server used AD or AAD for authentication. Always has. So Azure AD supports MFA. So that works good for, your users. So like your DBAs, and you can use the Microsoft Authenticator. So it's not like you have to go get an RSA token, anything like that. So if you want your DBAs to, and really all your users to use MFA, then your database is automatically going to have MFA for your users. right? And there's really no other really good way I'm aware of, at least. I'm sure there is, but just nothing I've investigated that gives us two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication to a database, right? It's certainly not this easy, because this could just be your corporate policy, and by default you get this, right? And now that wouldn't hold true for the managed identities or the service principals. Again, if at all possible, I recommend staying with managed identities. But that doesn't count, but that's fine, because those are all contained within inside Microsoft, and they have mechanisms to ensure the validity of those accounts. Okay, so as I was just saying, I guess I should have hit the next button, but service principals and managed IDs can obtain a token, which also means no hard-coded passwords. That's a really good point that I did forget. And I kind of said this earlier, actually, is that you don't need to know the password, right? So you create a managed ID. It's part of the reason I think managed ID is better. And actually, I think Microsoft says it's better, right? So it's not like I came up with this. But you don't know the password, right? It's not that you don't have to know it. It's that you don't. It's really hard to get it. You can only get it when you first create it, but you don't need it. And that is a huge advantage, because now I can deploy a system that one can connect to my database, and I have a password nowhere. And if my web server, for example, gets compromised, it's really hard for it to make that connection, right? And it's hard for the individual to figure out how to make a connection and use that account. All right. Customers can manage the database permissions using the AD groups, which I've already said. Advanced identity protections, yeah. So we can use multi-factor authentication, and the database authentication does not use the user's domain credentials to authenticate to the DB. It uses the short-lived token, right? So it's my AD username and password to get the token, but then the token's what's used in the database. So it's a pretty nice system. All right. So the one drawback, depending on your environment and whether you're a hybrid cloud or not, is that this currently only works with Azure AD for Azure, with systems sitting inside of Azure, unless you're using AODS, which I'm not sure if that's actually available to the general public or not. So which is extending the cloud into your data center. All right, so some of the benefits of moving to this model is reduce the number of accounts in the database at any given time, right? So even with the open source solution, you can have as little as 2, right? And if you really, really need to be super secure, you can have 1, and just have the ability that, if something happens and somehow that connection gets severed, that you have a path to recover the database and get the data back out of it. Or log in and be able to reset a account, right? So that's really the key to that. It's part of it's risk. We haven't necessarily used this open source tool a lot so that I would say, hey, I'm comfortable, go ahead, just have 1 account. I'm always of the mindset of just be extra careful. And you could take that DBA, the break glass account, and you could have it managed by that vault as well, right? So it could create the account, you could set it for 6 months and then just have it rotate the passwords, right? Or you can just use a script and rotate that 1 password. But even if you have that break glass account, it should be a really ugly password, and it should still be changed at least every 6 months, right? Semi-annually. And just make sure you protect it really well. Short secret rotation time reduces likelihood of compromise. So if we rotate our passwords every 24 hours, if somebody sends a password through email, right, they have a very short window to get in. I had someone accidentally one time paste a auth token into like MS Teams, and I was like, hey, thanks for doing that. I'm going to go revoke the token now. And so I went and revoked the token. We're good to go. I created a new one and asked them not to do that again. And that's a pretty easy fix. So, if an account is compromised, since the tokens being rotated, less time the bad actor has access, right? And there's always the possibility one of the first things they do when they come in is they create another method for them to get back in case you find them and cut their current method or the credential changes. And with less focus on creating accounts by the DBA team, they can spend more time ensuring proper groups and setup configuration, making sure that the database is patched, right? Doing things that are more important that allow the database to perform at its best. All right. So, if there's any questions, contact resources. So HDCarry70 on Twitter, and that's my LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions that I don't get to in the Discord channel. Other than that, I hope you enjoyed the presentation and you have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Harvey. Loved your talk. If anybody has any questions for him, I see he's currently in YouTube, but you can also find him on Discord with the username Simaloo. That concludes today's talks, and we will be back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. with Corey Overstreet's talk, Recon 101, Huge Needles, Small Haystacks. If anybody wants to join the CarolinaCon crew and have some fun drinks and appetizers and such, we will be at Flying Saucer in downtown Raleigh starting at 7 o'clock. We've got the room reserved until 9 o'clock, and love to see you there. Everybody's welcome. And with that, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Original bad boy on the dance. Yeah, man. You are the people of chemistry, the people of physics, the people of music, the people of civilization, the people of rhythm. You are the people of chemistry, the people of physics, the people of music, the people of civilization, the people of rhythm. You are the people of chemistry, the people of physics, the people of music, the people of civilization, the people of rhythm. You are the people of chemistry, the people of physics, the people of music, the people of civilization, the people of rhythm. things I haven't done yet. Things I haven't done yet. Come and feel my energy. 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 Come and feel my Come and feel my energy. Come and feel my energy. Come and feel my energy. Come and feel my energy.